best in the West and the whole frontier. You're watching ARTV.
Alright everybody, hi, how's it going? Welcome to ARTV for the day. It is the 30th of August, possibly the last day. No, there is a 31st. Okay, we're bullshitting here. Hi, how's it going? Oh, sorry for yesterday if you were around for the Armored Core. There just appeared to be some technical difficulty with OBS crashing in the middle of a broadcast because I was trying to fix my stick drift. And, I just couldn't be bothered to fix it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And so I just decided, you know what? Let's call it a day. It's going to be an hour and a half show with evening. I don't give a shit. Possibly should have said something, but, you know, it was just me, myself, and the other eye there. So, yeah. Now we're back in the morning with more Final Fantasy XI. Oh, my God. It's going to be fantastic. We're going to do so little. It's going to be overwhelming. It's true. Oh. What did I not do? I've obviously forgotten something. That's right. I forgot to post it here. So that all my ex-girlfriends can gawk and say, look at how little this guy's doing with his life. That's right. Can vaguely hear the sounds of Bastock's moog housing in there. Alright. Alright. Oh my god, I've already set it up. I just have to press the button. Let's do that now. Look at that. I'm all lit and everything and my hair looks like shit because I need a shower, but... Oh. Oh got some breakfast. And I already picked up all of the money from doing mining yesterday. Yeah, there's nothing left. Probably sold everything. Alright, don't change floors. Don't do it. Oh. What's the plan for today? I have no goddamn idea. Absolutely nothing. I had a sneaking suspicion, right? That I could just go here. Okay, what the fuck is happening? Oh, because of a disallowed mime type. Okay. Let's see if this happens on my phone, for instance. I tried to open up retroachievements.org and it's being funny since yesterday. I want to see if this is just an all-around issue. Don't I have a page somewhere for this? RA.org, community news. It's loading there. It's loading okay on the website, right there. What's happening here? How about I just do this for the moment? And then just do this. It's weird. Cross-origin request blocked. Sorry that I'm dealing with this now. It has nothing to do with what we're doing. The HTTP connection failed. How about the unsecure version of this website? Now that's still broke. No one seems to be mentioning anything. Possibly a browser extension is messing things up. I'm sort of feeling that way too. But what could it be? It's not that one. None of these are the ones that turned on. No, that's not it. A resource is blocked by opaque resource blocking. これは何ですか? Could I possibly just click links? NS error failure. Is there a way to turn off all extensions? I really don't want to turn all of these off. No, that's still going. What if I open it elsewhere? It was just fine yesterday. I really just wanted to open it so that I could see whether or not I could do some of the Final Fantasy XI achievements. To find out shit I want to do. It's getting difficult. I mean, it's still kind of usable, it's just it's not loading any style sheets whatsoever. Yeah, it's borderline unusable. What can I do? That's odd. Keep looking at it and nothing's coming to mind. That and I don't want to reset all cookies and shit and basically have to reset my browser to make one thing work. Just do this, I guess. Send them a picture on their Discord and hopefully something happens. Maybe they have a GitHub. Let's find out. As much as I fucking hate this. What is it, web? There we go, issues. No, this is not my issue. I don't even know how to report this. It's such a kind of ambiguous thing. It's like it's just not loading CSS on this entire website. Did they like push something yesterday in the middle of nothing? 6:13. What am I loading? Like those are just not found. That's weird. I don't know why I'm bothering to debug someone else's website while I'm trying to do some shit, but... I don't know. Fuck it. Fuck it. Sorry. Just trying to do something here. I think first things first, I want to hit the Juno. Is my ambition. So let's just quickly change job. Yep. And I want to warp. Oh fuck, I didn't think I saved the Beastmaster set we made yesterday as a macro. I guess we'll just have to remake it. Uh-huh. There we are. Did it save all of those? Actually did. What a miracle. And so I have to do black add set main. There we are. Beast Whistle Nobles and Hope Rings. 2 of those. Everything else could be whatever. And I want to head to Lower Juno. Because I was thinking of maybe getting to spend some of the money to get the gobby bags. Get as much inventory space as possible. And then after that, I might even buy the next stuff I need for a furniture quest. Decided that I want to spend this money I'm making. And I'm not in a terrible rush to make it happen for like the red mage stuff. Probably buy like one piece of gear here and there. But I'd like to focus on getting the, whatchamacallit, the artifact stuff. So those are going to be my incremental gear upgrades. Don't I already have the next quest? Yes, I do. Kermit Chunk, Dark Steel Ingot, Square of Silk Cloth, and Goshenite. So let's see what kind of terrible amount of money that is gonna run me, huh? Let's have it open. One moment, please. Okay. There we go. So dark steel ingot's probably going to be decently expensive. Materials. Where's it? Smithing. 10k just for that. Alright. See if someone's posted it for 9k. And I get a point. Isn't that nice? Get this cunt out of here. There we are. What happened? Did I buy it or not? Unable to buy it for 9. Alright. $9.5 maybe. Okay, saved 100 gil on that. Okay, what is a Kermit chunk? Materials alchemy. Alright. Kermit chunk. $5K. Let's try 4.5. $5.9. Solid bunch. Not even for 5. Alright. Okay, they're not running tricks. Dudes, what kind of racket's going on here? Damn. Alright, you got your money's worth. And then I need silk cloth. $4.5. Just try 4. $4.4, there we go. We bought the undercut. And then Goshenite should be in goldsmithing. $2K. Apparently dropped down to 1. $0. Server sneezing again. Unable to buy for 1.5. Okay. Solid bunch of people, no undercutting there. And I think that's it. Spent a good chunk of money on it. Especially with the dark steel. Okay, there's your dark steel, your goshenite, your silk, and your Kermit chunk. Okay. These things are obviously going to progressively get much, much worse. How far does this goddamn quest go? Oh, it goes even further. It's just that some of the items become unobtainable after a bit. Interesting. Go up to 60. Okay. That's good. Let's see if anyone's replied to my thread or anything. Probably not, because it's in the middle of the night and most of these people are Americans. Fucking Americans. It's weird that this is only on this. Oh, I don't even have Chrome. It's interesting. But it works on my phone, so it's like something localized entirely on my computer. I guess I could look at my phone for the while. Shit, there's a Gran Turismo 3 A-Spec achievement set now. There we are. Lucky guy. Maybe we can finally come back to that, huh? Alright. I'm just trying to see, like, what are most people that play this doing by, like, the achievements they've gotten. Okay. So, achieve a fame level of 3 in Windurst, supplying the realm Valdinualnia. Let's see where that is. Not that I can do much that I'm bestoken, right? It's this one. Oh, it's the one with Zarkabot in it. Oh, yeah. And then that one. Maybe let's go and do Volbar, right? I haven't done it in a while. I feel like I tried once and I died along the way. Now there's a distinct chance I might be able to do it. Alright. Mm-hmm. Can go through the Kuftal tunnel from Western Altepa. Can go through Gustav tunnel in Valkrum. Can get through Kuftal with sneak alone. But you want Invis and Gustav too, since there's goblins. Okay. So, to start off... Oh, I think I have to be in Bastok to actually accept the, I mean, I think I looked at it, though. Because, like, Gustav Tunnel is the that thing from a cave. I think I just got killed there last time. I mean, I can go to Altepa anyway, but I'm not happy about it. I mean, sure. Sure, let's stick around. Start off with switch to red mage, because I want every level and every sneak and invis I can get. What's like something else? Deliver to those northern regions, right? Achieve fame in Windurst. Complete the rumor and unlock and obtain a scroll of drain. And then acting in good faith to obtain teleport mayor. Alright. Guess that's what we'll do. Just work on those little things. I guess black is nice. So I can come back here whenever I want to. Right. Now, I guess the easiest way to do it is just spend some money to get teleported back. I can probably even spend some conquest instead to not bother walking. Why the fuck is this chat like this? What the fuck happened? I just noticed it and I don't like it. Ugh. Ugh. Who did this? Yeah, this won't do. What did I have to do? It was like stupid. Why can't I just refresh a page? No, it's just September came. I don't know why you've shown up in the middle of fucking noon to be like a fucking outrage merchant. What are we doing here? I'm dealing with the more pressing issue of my chat looking ugly. you strongly assume that I read any of that? Gustaberg, the one region known to man. The one that we get to keep sometimes. I thought I had all my shit preset. But apparently not. This is like the stupidest way to teleport back to Bastock, but it works. So I will use it. I will pay any price. Just to not have to walk from northern Gustaberg. Like, Sarutabuta, you just get to walk a little bit and you're already there. You know, fucking Ronfor, you're right there, like 15 fucking centimeters away from the entrance. Meanwhile, Bastock gets to walk through 2 zones. 2 fucking zones. Because we ain't got nothing going on otherwise. It's fucking fantastic, I tell you. Nuts. Oh. I don't know. All I really saw about Twitch is that they rejected Zachary Busey's press credentials for the latest TwitchCon, which is such a fucking joke. If he's not fucking pressed, then who the fuck is? People that don't know what the fuck goes on this platform? I guess so. Mainstream media, hello. Let's get a signet. And then I needed supplies, right? Volber, there we are. I mean, that's probably the only thing that's going for them. It's just that when you advertise yourself as a lawless kind of hive of scum and villainy that is mostly just a gambling den and nothing much else outside of it's all the things that you can't broadcast on Twitch, what do you think you're gonna attract in terms of viewership? Yeah. Like, it's basically a retirement home. Now I have to go to fucking LTIP. Is there anything else I need to do in Bastock before I do this shit again? Who cares? I've got money. I don't think Mixer exists anymore. Yeah, but who do you think can watch at 8K? Like, you have to understand that most people can barely watch 1080p 60 on this fucking platform, and they have to transcode down. Like, yeah, technically it's better, but for most people, like, broadcasting at 4000 is about the higher limit. And, you know, 6 and 8K are both wildly insufficient amounts of bitrate to make anything in terms of 1080p 60 frames per second look good. It'd probably need about like 10. Are you surprised? Like, they're running on the same fucking server backend as Twitch. They're literally using Amazon, what is it? It's not AWS, it was something different. It's literally their, like, RMTP server transcoding backend. It's, like, stupid. Not to mention that their whole, you know, website layout is obviously just a little bit derivative. Yeah, they fucking changed the entire app into being weird Instagram. Hey guys, don't you want to watch clips but in vertical? What did they advertise to me yesterday? It was in my... Starting today, we will auto-generate portrait versions, i.e. this kind of aspect ratio, versions of every clip during clip creation. Just edit a portrait layout on any clip once and you'll save your preference for all future clips. So not only is this nice like 16:9 ratio that we have here not good enough apparently anymore, but we're gonna take it and just do that to it so that some fucking zoomers can watch it on their phones. Because obviously this thing couldn't possibly do this. Under no fucking circumstance could it do this. It's fucking impossible to watch 16:9 video on something that is shaped exclusively in this way. What are we even fucking talking about here? Do you not have wrists? I don't even know what that region is called, I'm realizing now. Skuzots. Skuzots. I don't know, man. My fucking little sister that's like, what is she? 10? She's on that Roblox daily with like essentially a guild of like-minded fucking youths sitting there fucking shooting people in bootleg Counter-Strike ripoffs and getting excited for getting like a new karambit knife. Like, it's just that they don't want to do it. They don't want to go back to Mecca. They want to go and do whatever the fuck other kids are doing. They don't care. And not to mention that despite the low fidelity of this Roblox shit in general, it runs like crap. Like, I have World of Warcraft installed on that computer and she hasn't opened it once in like the fucking 5 years she's had that fucking piece of machine. Runs like a fucking dream. Even on like the newer expansions. Meanwhile, that fucking web-based, barely polygonal fucking thing is struggling to keep itself going. And it's all kind of bootleg actual video games, and I understand the appeal, they're free and you don't have to ask your annoying bigger brother to like set that shit up for you. But like... I said, you could have Counter-Strike. All your friends could have Counter-Strike. If you wanted to play an MMO, you could have it. But you don't, because, you know, being the guy that brings the new thing in front of the friend group is just a little bit too much of a social barrier to, like, really, you know, overcome that when you're fucking 10. I don't understand what you mean. Is this the same conversation? Well, it's just what video games are. I don't get the end game. Is there a conspiracy in there for me too? It's they get to play games with their friends. Game. It's I get to roam around in the popular game of this generation with my friends. And I get to have a persistent avatar with some shitty cosmetics that I can play in multiple different games. It's like if I could take my current Final Fantasy XI character and play WoW with them, and then go play Counter-Strike, and they look the same way, and have the same guns and the same knives. In reality, right, the platform they're doing this on is the most stupid, exploitative child sweatshop that has ever existed, but, you know, I played it fucking 20 years ago at this point. I give it a shot. I was that kid that couldn't afford Minecraft and had to deal with second-rate fucking attempts at recreating that. I enjoyed my time with it. So why shouldn't they? Obviously, right, with time comes wisdom and then knowing video games, if you keep being interested in them, so naturally I found out that, oh wait, this is just crap in comparison to other things. So I might as well just play those instead. The problem is, for me personally, is that seemingly no one has any interest in anything outside their purview anymore, and you can't recommend shit to them. I wrote a whole fucking spiel about it once. I went borderline philosophically mind-broken about it. But, like, you just can't convince a 10-year-old kid anymore to, like, hey, try this new video game, because they have so many things. They are spoiled for choice. Why should I play this shit when only you are telling me about it? When I have 10 screaming other friends from school telling me that I could just get on this fucking server right now and just do that. Like, who the fuck are you, 25-year-old, to tell me that, oh, I should play this fantastic game from before I was even born? Like, it doesn't work that way. I have no idea where this fucking tunnel is. Okay, I'm looking at the bigger map. Can't be helped. I don't think my youth was the best. I realized how little, actually, I got to experience in my youth. And I'm also surprised by how much I managed to, like, just derive from being on the internet for fucking hours. Like, I figured out how to emulate Game Boy Advance games at possibly her age. Meanwhile, I tell her to, like, install a program, and I'm 99% sure it's all a virus. Because she believes when a YouTube video tells her to do something. I mean, I don't know. You think I played fucking StarCraft 2 and I knew what fucking Kerrigan was talking about? I just played the same 3 missions over and over again because I did no fucking English. Are you fucking kidding me? I didn't know shit. Intellectually stimulating. Yeah, I guess I did play RTSs, which in hindsight are kind of difficult, but... Okay, I actually have to go to Western. I'll tap her. Which one? Am I in Eastern? Is this where I am? Oh no, I have to go to the hole in the wall. Let's just get a chocobo, fuck it. Oh, it's slightly cheaper even. Alright. It's just, this is what games are to them. Like, it's not like they have to worry about, oh, my computer is like this fucking terminal machine that couldn't run any of these games. They just get to play whatever, and they don't have to choose. They don't have to be like, oh, I'm gonna read the back of the box because my mom bought me a new PS2 game. They just get to go online and play some crap. First of all, those are terrible examples. I don't think I've seen a compelling plot from a Western game since Pillars of Eternity came out. You know? I mean, I guess Disco Elysium is also pretty good, but those are like weirdo reading games for smart people. Yeah, if you like HBO prestige dramas, like, I am convinced that I could go to like 5 people right now and tell them, hey, do you know Last of Us? Oh yeah. Oh, they made a video game based on that show with Pedro Pascal? Right? No one gives a shit that that's a video game because it isn't. It's... like, Uncharted might as well be more video gamey than Last of Us. Because I was born in a time before, I don't know, video games got to just have like 7 hours of cutscenes. Remember when we used to make fun of fucking MGS4 for having like 70% of its contents be fucking movies? And now we're just like, oh yes, more Red Dead Redemption, please. It's like, hello. Why would I be? What's so unique about it that should convince me? Like, what's the unique sales pitch? I know it's unique selling point. Don't send me that email. Like, I don't know, just about the only games I'm excited about in, like, the undetermined future is whatever fucking Death Stranding 2 is gonna be, and the new Monster Hunter. Because I know those will most likely be good. And if they're not, I will be disappointed. For everything else, indifference. A gross, disgusting apathy. I mean, I liked Gran Turismo for 2 weeks because I became obsessed with it, yes. If you haven't heard, Gran Turismo's been kind of on a downward fucking slope with 7 and shit being this weird kind of almost always online bullshit. That and they don't release on any other fucking console that isn't Sony. Which I guess is fine, you know? This has been a thing, but... yeah, and they progressively have just weirder decisions enter that game. Like, I would love to play Gran Turismo 7. It's just that that thing is like 300 gigabytes, and my PS4 can only hold so many. No, I don't have a wheel. Who fucking has a wheel to play Gran Turismo? Unless you're like really pretentious. My grandma didn't have a wheel. Everyone knows how to do with a fucking wheel. Yeah, so Cobb. Just about Cobb. I don't know. I did fine with my shitty fucking controller, and I'm not too upset about it. It doesn't change my experience much. I mean, iRacing is... I don't even know if I can classify it as a hobby. It has a certain kind of skill flaw to it, I feel. It has a barrier to entry. That's more like actual simulation driving than it is playing a video game. I could still classify Gran Turismo as playing a video game, despite its attempts at realism. There's a lot of people in this tunnel. I'm kind of surprised by this. Let's hope I can get out of it by the time this invisibility wears off. Could probably heal this guy. There we go. We're a good Samaritan. I don't know. I'm trying to be okay with the fact that, like, the kid isn't interested in playing my Steam library of, like, 300 games and trying out every single console generation from before even I was born, you know? I did give her fucking NES games, and she loved Mario, and she loved Tetris, and she loved Bomberman. You know, she got to have a little bit of that, but now the computer's the newest, hottest thing. The only thing that I can imagine will happen is that at some point that poor machine will give up and it will breathe its last breath, and she will see that the ambition of playing new games is about as financially limiting as anything else on this earth. I mean, yeah, it's kind of weird to feel like maybe there's an upper ceiling to a generation of people who have, you know, been born on computers. You know, those people they call digital natives, and the people that cannot use computers anymore, which is something like 20, 30 years. Computers existed from like the late 90s, and then somewhere in the, I don't know, early 2020s, let's say, suddenly the computer's no longer a desirable object. It's too cumbersome and too difficult and too hard to understand. I don't know. And like I did the whole spiel about, you know, hey, look at this, you can make video games by programming, and here's a thing that you can do that. If you learn how to write these magical words into the computer, then the computer will make anything happen. It's a miracle machine. And the response I pretty much got was like, right? So they're not interested in that anymore. Okay, whoever said that the only thing that matters to the price of that is just whether or not it's owned by your territory is fucked. I mean, you do this. This is a muscle. I don't know. I just, like, maybe I'm old at this point and I don't understand it, but I don't know what to do on this thing to preoccupy, like, more than an hour. Right? The only thing it can really offer me is maybe, like, reading the controversial section of Reddit on the toilet and then, like, maybe watching a YouTube video. The only other useful function it has is being a phone, having access to the internet for me to check something, and playing music through my headphones. Like a glorified MP3 player. I don't see it. Like, I guess I have this computer and it's fulfilling the same kind of brain-rotting function. Yeah, wasn't that the whole, like, sales pitch that Steve Jobs did when he was announcing it? You know, there's three things. An internet browser, a phone, and a music player, or whatever the third thing was. Right? And then he says it again, and again, but quicker, and again. It's just... Oh my god, he's changing the world. My final message. Yeah. And I don't think it's changed. Yeah, like, now there's some really hi-fi, like, super futuristic phones that basically have, what is it? Like, the latest generation Snapdragon CPU, the moment you call someone on it, drills a hole with, like, thermite paste through your hand because it's so fucking warm. It's just, like... And you could possibly play, like, a version of GTA San Andreas on it. Like, yeah, that's cool, but to me that's a novelty, you know? To some people, yeah, I guess that might be the newest exciting stuff, but I don't know. Maybe I am just old now. Because the other thing, right? The only game that has ever captured my fucking flight of fancy is playing Beat Hazard 1. Which takes all the MP3s that I have on this phone and makes them into a little twin-stick shmup. I played the shit out of this from, like, elementary school to every time on the toilet since. And it is what I would call a beautiful little time waster. I have a version of what? Of NetHack on, because I'm a nerd, and every once in a while I feel like playing a little procedural dungeon thingy. And then I have a game called Spell Tower, which I bought on Humble Bundle like 50 years ago, when they did like an Amazon bundle. Not an Amazon bundle, an Android bundle is what I wanted to say. That lets me spell out words so that I can flex my English degree on it. You know? That's it. I play old people games for all intents and purposes. Because that's what I find entertaining. I will admit, I have no clue what the average 10-year-old, other than the one sitting directly below me on the floor under, is doing. And I can sort of try to explain to you what the average Roblox game they're into is. One of them is a weird kind of trouble in terrorists town mafia kind of thing, where there's like an investigator, a murderer, innocents, and, you know, monsters or whatever, right? Typical kind of Amogus, someone's hiding their true identity and, oh, I'm just gonna shoot everyone and eventually I'll be right kind of stuff. The other thing is some weird kind of sports ball game where there's this ball that they clearly don't really aim. It kind of feels like lethal. It's kind of like a ball changes color every time like someone else hits it, and then they hit it and it flies directly at you at like decently good speed, and there's like a kind of immunity power up, and you know, you swing some massive schlong of a sword in front of you, and then you reflect it back at someone. And the reason why I say that you don't really aim at it is because I don't see them like try to flick it to someone else's direction or something. They just kind of like see the ball coming towards them. They press the button as it's like almost colliding with them, and it automatically kind of seems to target and veer off to someone else. Well, yeah, they're super excited about the Skinner box stuff, which is like, oh, I get to spin the wheel, and maybe I'll get a knife, and then maybe I'll get a nice little loot box with shit in it. And, you know, I can understand shiny, but this is the case with Roblox because it's a for-profit venture for little children, you know? I warned her parents to not facilitate the child in purchasing virtual currency for her birthday, which she demanded so adamantly, because it will ruin her brain. But obviously they love their child so much that why heed the caution of a deranged old fucking hermit? So, you know, I did my part, for all intents and purposes. Now the child has brain rot. What can I do? I gave her World of Warcraft, she rejected it. I gave her Quake 3 and Team Fortress 2, she rejected both of those. Hasn't booted them up since. I gave her Super Mario, I gave her God Hand, I gave her Gran Turismo, I gave her Monster Hunter. I tried fucking everything. But what is most interesting is what other people are interested in. It's not about it being a good game. It's not about it being a fantastic story. It's not about it looking great. It's about what is popular. That's the only thing that matters currently. Are other people playing it? That's the be-all, end-all. Like, me playing this 2002 Japanese MMO from, like, the era of EverQuest, preceding WoW by at least 2 years, and the dynamic world that brought upon us. You know, that's interesting to her as a story, as much as, like, my uncle explained to me what Lineage 2 was back in the day, playing on some Grecian private server where, like, you could sit down and have a bazaar and there could be, like, some massive world-ending conflict above you with dragons and shit. But, like, that's, you know, me telling people about heists and wars in EVE Online. You know, it's cool and all, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. My friends are on there. Not to mention, right? This is another observation I've had. They don't use Discord or Skype or TeamSpeak or Mumble or any kind of like thing that's on the computer. What kids do nowadays is they phone each other up on some kind of phone voice over IP thing like Messenger or Viber or whatever you fucking have there. And they have one set of headphones connected to one ear and the phone, one set of headphones to the computer, and they play that way. Literally a kind of Chinese Bible left ear, Mozart right ear kind of meme. So, because it's such a leap of logic to think that the computer, the device that predates this, is capable of its functions. You know? Because they see the computer as a platform to, you know, download the game or have someone else download the game for them. And then beyond that, it has no function. Like, its viability as a device that can run programs is so infinitely ambiguous that it couldn't possibly be, you know... It's some kind of magical tesseract that fulfills dreams and wishes. You know? I forgot what I was doing. I did a supply quest. I'm enjoying this conversation, mind you. So don't let that dissuade you. The Final Fantasy isn't going anywhere. Yeah, you loaded off of a cassette. You hear the data being played. No, admittedly, our kid is a little bit smarter and has, like, the full thing. Obviously, sometimes I have to, like, intervene as the annoying, like, older brat in the house and tell her, like, okay, so this is what a hard drive does for you. It has a finite amount of things that you can store on it. So all of these videos that you have of you recording yourself on Roblox to post on TikTok and get millions of followers, which is a thing they do, by the way. They're all interested in it. This, machinima-based thing that we used to think was the hotness of the universe, right? They're still doing it. They're still doing it. They don't know it is a machinima, right? They don't see it, but they're like, oh, I'll give you the fucking first example that comes to mind. My sister has 2 accounts so that she can use one as a camera and the other to play out little scenarios on random servers with her friends. And then they have screen recorders, right? She downloaded some fucking bootleg thing that she obviously saw on YouTube, but then I gave her OBS and, like, the floodgates are open. And, I basically made so she pushes one button on her keyboard and it starts recording, and then pushes it again and stops. And that was like magic. And then you give her a piece of fucking editing software and that kid is now editing. So it's not like they don't want to do things on the computer, it's just that they don't want to find out. They want to fuck around, but they don't want to find out. Is what I'm saying. Right? They want it kind of like neatly packaged as like a download link or an app. That kind of tinkering mentality is kind of vanishing. God forbid modding a game. Holy shit. Modding is only for cheats that give me free Robux. It's not for, like, making the computer do whatever I want through the sheer force of my will. Nuh-uh. I don't know. Like, I've tried. I've done my part. I've tried to convince at least one 10-year-old Zoomer, a Gen Alpha at this point, really, to, like, give this computer shit a shot. And they just don't want it. They don't see it. This is like a redundant technology to them at this point. And I guess we should be fine with it. The only thing that worries me is that because right now IT is like the hottest fucking slice in the business world, all of this infrastructure that's being written by morons is essentially going to, like, exist for maybe 20 years. A bubble's gonna burst. And then there's gonna be, again, a select group of like 70 nerds around the world that are gonna maybe be able to, like, keep all of the server infrastructure and shit up. Like, obviously there's gonna be, like, random bozo programmers like me that don't do anything useful but just, like, automate shit on their computer. But, I really don't want to see the computer become a weird fad for 20 years, is my thing. I don't know if it's just a sunk cost fallacy thing, in that, like, I bothered to learn it and I bothered to, like, make it a big part of my life. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. The market determines. Because why have a desktop computer? That's for enthusiasts at this point. Being able to build a thing out of individual components, how is that not the epitome of niche enthusiast hardware? The entire world is moving into pre-packaged, pre-done, unrepairable, kind of just one and dones. What happens when your phone breaks? You get a new one. The old one becomes e-waste. You can thank capitalism for all this, right? And now like half of the American viewership said, oh look, a communist. I mean, sure, right? But at the same time, I feel like it's really nice to be able to know that, like, oh, a new, like, Final Fantasy game, 16 is coming out, and it requires a better video card than the one I have. Here's what I need to do to, like, swap it out. And then, you know, God forbid, if you're not reselling your shit, eventually you will swap enough parts on this thing that you can just build a second computer. Right? It's gonna be, what is it? The ship of someone. But who? There was like an idiom about it. The PC of Theseus, thank you. Oh, thank God for one viewer with a pulse. Oh. It's just like... I think about these things and it wakes me up at night. It doesn't bring me any joy, but I guess I have to learn to live with it. I don't mind TV being extinct. I don't think TV screens themselves are going to be extinct. Like, I still admire the hubris of mankind to think that, what is it, a 53-inch television that is the size of my fucking room is not cool as fuck, you know? The only thing that I do like, and this is like, again, hubris manifest, is the people who have these like massive 60 fucking inch televisions watch like 720p content on them, even though the actual resolution is somewhere upwards of like 4 to 17k at this point. Like, I looked at the statistics for the like television that we get broadcast over here over satellites, like the digital box and what it outputs. That's like maybe tops 480p. No, it's not even 480p, it's 480i. Somehow that shit is interlaced when it comes into this household. And so, like, most people, we have this fad with our broadcasting, which is you have the regular television channel and then the HD version of this channel, which is mostly to pad out these packages that are like, oh, look, you get 400 channels, of which, 17 of them are radio stations and the other are in foreign languages. You still get them. But here, it's kind of a thing that if you really want to watch good TV on a good television, you go to the HD channel. And most people can't be bothered because that's number 174 as opposed to being number 3. Well, obviously it doesn't, because it has to be beamed from the fucking far reaches of space to your fucking house. How would it look good? What? Obviously streaming it over the internet, which is cabled and reaches your computer possibly faster over only a 5 gigahertz band at this point, right? It doesn't need to pierce the fucking atmosphere. Like, this is basic physics we're talking about here. Obviously, you can't broadcast the most HD shit in the universe. But I imagine, radio technology has advanced far enough to where, like, yeah, we can encode some bullshit in there. It's just, I mean, I guess we can broadcast 1080p. If you live in a big city, cell towers are, like, fucking everywhere. Cool speed of light, yeah. I was amazed to find out that at this point in physics we have defined every single kind of meaningful, measurable unit in relation to the speed of light, including time, which is like, no longer is it the causal vibrations of a hydrogen atom under stress, whatever we used to measure it with. It's some kind of fraction of the speed of time. Of the speed of light. The speed of time. Ooh. Ooh. Whoa there, Harlan Ellison. Pace yourself. Oh. Times, they were changing. Also, God knows what's going to be a fucking fad in like 20 years. No one's buying my copy of the Dark Crystal? Shit. No, I don't think I ever was. I'm slightly too much of a free software enjoyer to like ever consider that. Like sometimes if I really like something, I'll get a physical copy. Like I have a tome of Berserk over there, the 26th volume. I have some Depeche Mode and Bowie CDs, even though I ostensibly have nothing to play them on. I bought most of the Metal Gear Solid games. Unfortunately, some of them came in German, so they're kind of ruined for me. First of all, nothing is going to fit on a DVD anymore. It's all Blu-rays. DVD is possibly still in circulation, but no one's using it. And like, obviously, if you encode something with, like, I don't know what would be a good number. It's certainly higher than 10,000 kilobits a second, right? You're probably going up to the 20s, 30s, 50s, to make sure that is as good of a picture quality as you can get. And that's why those movies, when you look up, what is it? Let me just open my client here. Remux. Right, so Blu-ray disc Remux, True HD, Atmos 7.1, and okay, let's say Dune Part 2, a movie from 2024, Ultra HD, 2160p, True HD, Atmos 7.1. That is 64.3 gigabytes. That's a lot of bitrate for 2 hours. That's roughly, what is it? So 120 minutes worth, right? Let's say roughly. That movie's like 3 hours, but let's say it's roughly 120 minutes. That's essentially half a gigabyte per minute. If I didn't absolutely screw this math. Do you think that, streaming could broadcast half a gigabyte per minute? Probably. Would it be feasible for any, large-scale corporation to say, okay, so we have, I don't know how many users are on Twitch currently. Maybe there's a website that can tell me that. Current Twitch viewership, let's say. Average viewers. Okay, so peak viewers. Or maybe not even peak viewers. Let's do average viewers. No, let's do peak. So that's 3 million people. 3.683. No, let's do it in not a fraction. 3683139 by 0.5 gigs. That is that is 1.8 petabytes of bandwidth. Just to get that raw footage to you. Not including transcodes to other qualities and whatever else they might want to do. Which is probably achievable for Amazon Web Services at this point. Right? But you can't just do that at any scale. You have to go big. You have to be the Amazon Corporation. No one's gonna do that. Yeah, now there's kind of a forefront for maybe streaming at 4K. I've seen that some services are offering that. Not that, that still interests me in any way, because most people are still on a 1080p IPS panel. Yeah, they did. That's actually a really good point. They couldn't facilitate running those services in South Korea because it's just too much of a financial issue to get behind all of those legal requirements that they have. That and unfortunately for them, South Korea was in on this video game streaming thing all the way back in GOM TV when StarCraft 2 was the biggest shit on the planet. Because, everyone loves Adobe Live Media Encoder. That's right. They just had streaming before that. They don't need Twitch. Did you know? Oh, that's a real one. Now I think, what is it? Africa closed? So that's no longer a thing? Tasteless and Artosis are kind of doing their own streaming thing. I think Artosis is definitely not doing anything outside of screaming at Protosses and Brutal. But, Tasteless might still be working. I don't know for who, though. I haven't kept up with StarCraft in a while. All I saw is that the Saudi Arabians are kind of financing a little bit of a resurgence. Casting out Drill Leagues. Yeah, I guess the ASL is still around. That's true. Oh. I mean, the whole thing with Saudi Arabia is, right? The Crown Prince, whatever his name is, has recently purchased SNK, which means he now owns a large fighting game corporation. Obviously has a vested interest in video games. I mean, you say that, but that's his life. You understand, right? Not that I'm like being super empathetic towards a person who I might as well be a roach on the road to. But that person is his title at this point. There is a lot of vested interest and a lot of venture capital in that title. But he, single-handedly, has tried to legitimize gaming in the eyes of not only the Olympic Committee, to try and get shit like iRacing, stuff like Gran Turismo, Rocket League, and other sorts of very non-violent video games to be seen as legitimate athletic sporting events. They are financing, what do they call it, the Esports World Championship? Something like that, EWC, I think it's called? Which has recently broadcast Dota, CS, and pretty much every other popular esport on the world with massive prize pools, because obviously what interests people more is a prize pool than any repercussions for this. And so they generally have a vested interest in seeing esports being associated with Saudi Arabia. Because if they're the one country that says, oh yeah, we recognize this, visas for fucking everyone, guess what's gonna fucking happen? Suddenly this is a legitimate business interest, and all of these companies that make video games or are interested in having esports brackets are gonna have to, have some relationship with those guys, with the funny little hats. And that's a good position to be in, isn't it? Because like all my players want to go play there. All of these tournament organizers. It really is. And it's not just in video games, right? It's in a lot of goddamn crap recently. There's a lot of money going through that country. I mean, why do you think, Quidia is a sponsor for most of these events? And what country of origin does their company have? You know? I don't think they care. Because who's gonna do shit about it, right? There's like 2 wars going on right now. Who gives a shit? Like, Europe and the entire Western Hemisphere is currently going through a weird fascist streak because apparently we've decided enough with this liberal democracy shit. Not even this weirdly menial kind of centrism, moderate shit. We just want to be traditional for a couple of years. I don't know why I'm so bright. It's like deleting my mustache. I'm so bright. Let me fix this. No, I zoomed instead. There we go. I think some Dota 2 tournaments are probably money losses. So far, I think there hasn't been a really big one since one of the majors back in Southeast Asia. For the most part, Dota tournaments are pretty good. We don't talk about that one. But for the most part, I think currently the only thing about Dota that like feels like a hole in my chest is the new approach the Valve are taking to the DPC, which doesn't exist anymore, and TI is that it's just another tournament. When it used to be the fucking tournaments, you know? It used to be the shit, man. I would like wake up excited and vibrating about it, and it was just like, fuck, 25 million and these fucking teams are going at it, and like everyone's coming out and the new announcements are gonna be there, and it's just, oh my god, it's like the biggest esports in the universe. Like you feel like you want to show it to random bozos on the street and shake them and say, oh my god, look at how cool this is. Oh. But now it's just kind of like, it's another tournament with 1 million in prizes. We're back to TI1, which, you know, return to monkey. See, I see the compendium is what it was back in TI1 and TI3. It is, you want to support the international, right? I put my $7 in. I don't really care what I get. It's another bunch of like small rewards. It's 30 pens for 50 levels on top of it. You can get a level 1 compendium for like €7. It's not that big of a commitment. They're not nuts to sell you loading screens and stickers for $30. And I see it as like, I really just don't care what I get out of this. My only problem is that I wish a higher percentage of purchases would go towards the prize pool, because now it's still sitting at 25. Like, we used to make $27 million in prize pool with a 25% cut of those purchases because of how much people like to buy funny hats, right? Now that there's no funny hats, that same ratio just doesn't fucking cut it, because people don't want to get the new Drow Ranger stuff and the new Wind Ranger with bare feet, you know? It's like, who gives a shit? And now, of course, they turned down the camera. We're back to the witness protection program. I mean, they did. It's still pretty much the same. Like, for a long while, they were doing the loot box that you need to buy a $2.50 key to, and, you know, essentially they are still kind of paying random people to make new items for Dota, because those skins that you're walking around with, they're not made by Valve. They're made by random people on the Steam Workshop. And, like, hired, contracted people. Which I think is very good. It is a fantastic way to contribute to a game that you like. I am surprised that some people actually make a decent living off of that. You know, being in the collector's cash and all that. Yeah, TF2 was great. It also had its highs, also had its lows. Like, this is what an economy does. It goes up, it goes down. Line goes up, line goes down. What is so surprising about it? And if anything else, it might as well be nothing more than a speculative market. None of these things hold any actual monetary value. It's just based on scarcity and however much you feel like charging for it. What is there to think? Oh, you could go and buy a fucking account that has a prismatic courier from the beta for like £10,000. Right? You could do that. You could just do stuff that's directly untradeable. There's value in Dota items. It's just the, you know, you gotta be a weirdo to do any other thing about that. You gotta really not value your money. You just get to unbox all the commons again, and the opportunity, like the odds of getting the really rare stuff, goes down. It's just that you are guaranteed the commons in a row, and then they reset, and then you have more chances. So the more you open, statistically, the more likely you are to get the rare shit. Which is a money-making tactic, but it is also a way to, in some way, guarantee that eventually you'll get everything. You might spend a ludicrous amount of money doing that, but that's your decision. And, unfortunately dictates that capitalism has given you, the purchaser, all of the onus. You get to just live with what you decide to do with your money. Yeah, obviously. I don't really see what the point is. Like, are you just confirming with me? What are we doing? Well, if you were just wondering, you could, look with these things. They're really nice tools. They don't even need batteries or anything. They're like really fucking good. You get 2 when you're born for free. Imagine the savings. No one sent me money. I'm upset. Alright, let's find out something else to do. I hope you enjoyed that spiel. I really did. What else is interesting? The rumor. Let's see what that's about. Mm-hmm. All right. Has he said anything? Then how do you know? Oh, is this your gambling streak again? There's the slightest chance I'm right. That he might show up. I don't know, he's doing something. Who gives a shit? Technically correct. No, you say this, but he has banked on that statement that you just made. If I'm non-committal about everything, I could always be right. The problem is he's been trying to get heads on this coin for 20 tries and it's all ended up on tails. Now, mathematicians will probably see that as a good example of probability. I would say it is almost factological. There might be a prediction market for this. Yeah. See, the thing that I enjoy most about modern day, like late stage capitalism, is that everything is grounds for a speculative market, even bare bones conversation. You can just speculate on everything, assign value to every object, thought, or conception. Enjoy. Everything you enjoy, every hobby that you have, every joy that you can squeeze out of this rock of a planet, someone's gonna make money off of it. Okay, this inconsistent lighting is starting to bother me. It's been too long. Yeah. Access to Chateau d'Argyle. Alright, Sandoria level 3. I got it. Items needed. Do things also go really quiet in your country in August? Well, yeah, everyone's on the seaside. They're trying to get in that late swim before the kids have to go to school. This is the entirety of Europe does this. What are you talking about? Eternal September, yeah. Yeah, Europe, despite our differences, are very much... There's a reason why the Union kind of works. Even though currently the Euro commissars are kind of having a little bit of a problem, huh? Oh my god, we can't pick... Don't even get me started on the EU right now. It's fucking miserable. Alright. Can I get this? I think Beastman blood is treatable. Like, I'm kind of starting to become apathetic towards politics in general. I had like a good period of maybe 4 years since I started voting. And then it's just kind of... Yeah. No one seems to understand what they're doing. Yeah. I mean, it's been probably almost a decade at this point. I used to give a shit. I used to read the listings. I used to, like, try to be involved, you know? Politically active, young urban professional. If such a thing could possibly exist. And that's Fiend's blood. Okay, maybe I don't know. Huh? Lizard, bird, bird, beast. I don't think that's it. Okay, maybe I was wrong. I mean, I live in a country that has about, what was it last time? 30% voter participation. So it's just about the paid votes and people who don't have anything else to do on a Sunday. So. Mm-hmm. It's pretty goddamn bad. We're on our 7th election cycle in the last 3 years. There's about to be another one in October. I love democracy. It's almost the UK, yeah, you could. You might very well think that I couldn't possibly comment. Why am I looking at that? It's misdirection. It's a field I specialize in. Beastman blood. I'm apparently not the only one. I love Beastman blood. Yeah, it is. What I thought it was. Oh, it's an Others Beast made. Who do you get this from? Dropped by Thread Leech. Or leeches. Oh, it's by leeches and bats. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Get fucked, Keem. Yeah, you say that for your little ivory tower across the pond, you cunt. Still have freedoms? Yeah, because there isn't no law here. That's the price that you pay for lawlessness. It's great. Go to Eastern Europe. Enjoy being beaten up by the police and being detained for undisclosed amounts of time. At their discretion. As they should. Put them in jail. Fuck those kids. How expensive is this shit? Okay, I'm good. Let's be cheeky. Okay, no. Okay, that was too cheeky. This guy's slightly less cheeky. No? Alright. Buy one down. No? Alright, you got 2 out of me. Enjoy your money, sucker. Kids are being arrested on Facebook. Won't somebody help? My granddaughter was was put into jail and forced to draw the perpetrator with crayons. Do you even have a prime minister elected at this point? Isn't it still fucking Rishi Sunak? Or is he gone? No. I guess I'm not up to date. Everyone in your country used to be a Soviet spy. What are you talking about? That's half of Europe at this point. I would know. I wanted to go to Sandy. Sandy's nuts. 9 minutes. Oh yeah, that's what I love to see. You might very well think that. I couldn't possibly comment. If that's what you're locking in, that's what you're locking in. I do too. That's why if you ask anyone in this chat where I'm from, you'll get different answers every time. Battle of Government versus Tech Giants, Godzilla versus Mecha Godzilla, and King Ghidorah. Oh yeah. There's a lot of shit going on in Eastern Europe right now, man. On top of a war, right? There's layers. You only get to look at it from afar, though, from the covert of your own home. Oh, it's so good. I mean, they had some troubles in the 90s, man. Romania was a rough place for a couple of years. I only ranked 50. Oh, bless their heart. If you're ignorant, sure, yeah, you could say that. Like, I like how you did like comma right, guys, right? Am I right? Definitely, surely, maybe. Well, I'm old people. I represent my demographic. I might only be in my 20s, but I'm old at heart. We're waiting for a boat, if it's not obvious. Because again, we live in 2002 while this broadcast is on, and this is what video games are. We need a boat to arrive in a town. You must physically wait for it to travel. And then when you board it, there's a boarding time, and then you leave, and there's physical travel time. And you can see the airships flying away, because this is what video games are. Meanwhile, 2004, what does WoW do? Puts you on an airship, you wait a little bit, then it puts you in through a loading screen, and then you're right there. Simple as. Not that I didn't play WoW for 10 years, but you get what I mean. Old is better, right? Old is so much better than you. I mean, they kind of went away with that, didn't they? At this point, they're just pissing mounts in every direction for you. And if you get, like, enough heirlooms, you still get that, like, level 1 equipable mount where someone chauffeurs you around. You get free flying mounts. Didn't they do this for the newest expansion? What is it? War of the Worlds with Orson Welles? Where they just give you like a flight form early on, like in Dragonflight. I should play that. Like, obviously, I still have yet to try Dragonblight. It's not even Dragonblight, it's Dragonflight. I have a place where I can try it, don't worry. I have given up on paying for my World of Warcraft sub. I was foolish enough in my high school years to spend my hard-earned money on that. Now I've transcended. I've returned home. I remember grinding money for mounts though. Like, especially when Burning Crusade was around the corner. And you had to save up so much fucking money for flight training and then get that fucking Griffin from Hellfire Peninsula. Shit. So much gold. Oh, if only I knew the gross marketing techniques of EVE Online then, my god, I would have been a different person. Different person. Now it's all spreadsheets and flipping ore. Yeah, you play EVE Online for a couple of years and it does it to you. Double scams in Jita. There's worse things to do. You say that like you've played it, Keem. You say that like you've played it. The only part of EVE that interests you is when you hear the dollar amount of ships. Oh my god, the Fountain War, that's like $27,000 and ships got blown up. Oh my god, oh, it's so much money. I could possibly do that. Well, it's... yeah. It's got a vertical difficulty. It's just... you sit there and you think, oh my god, am I just gonna shoot rocks forever? Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? It's like, what, last time I checked it was like 2.7 billion or something. I haven't kept up with it. I did reinstall it because someone mentioned it like a couple of months ago, and I haven't played it since because I know what it'll do to me. Lucky fucking bastard. I loved it when it was a single item. I have this series that I started watching. Let me see if I can find it for you. It was a guy who basically just wanted to get a maxed out alpha account. Get like all the skills in there. Just like, I don't know. Because eventually you hit that like 5 million skill point limit. Was it with J? It's just sucks at EVE Online. It's now a defunct series. No. Unfortunately, like the way he ended up getting that is because of the referral program giving you a lot of ISK for having people get a sub and buying Plex and all that. A lot of people apparently went into his referral program, and he ended up getting a lot of free money that way, which allowed him to buy all the skill injectors that he would need. Because they did this new weird thing where you have to get the alpha skill injector to enable 24 hours of like unobstructed skill progression. I don't know, but here's the series. I kind of find it enjoyable because it's kind of like stuff that you can do in alpha ships, and his whole premise is that since you're an alpha and you don't have to like worry about essentially your month running out, you don't have to worry about being omega or anything. You just kind of do activities that are like smaller with more insignificant ships. You have like kind of a weirdly riskier approach. And obviously this disables shit like hauling and stuff that requires cloaking, right? But it's, you know, low-sec ratting, null-sec stuff, exploring wormholes, low-sec ice mining, that kind of stuff. I don't even want to think about how industry looks like with an alpha account. I think I tried it once, and I just saw like how shitty the margins are on that. It's just... like, the easiest way to get really good money in EVE Online is to hack account with original blueprints on them. If you can hack a couple of those accounts that haven't played in like 10 years, but still have some of those original blueprints for tier 2, yeah, you know what I mean. You just get some of those, and then you're a happy camper. as happens to be the case sometimes in EVE Online, getting money in-game is secondary to getting money for EVE outside of the game. What a fantastic piece of software. Every once in a while, just like I glance at the directory on Twitch. And I saw, what was it the other day? First day playing EVE Online. And then you see the thumbnail is just him doing fucking Triglavian missions. And doing like, what is it, filaments. I'm like, who the fuck does filaments on his fucking first day? You should be hitting rocks in high sec. Dude, what the fuck? New play in my ass. You're a plant from the goon swarm. I know what you look like. Oh. Hey, Highwind. This is a weekly mob that you can kill in this game, if you didn't know. I imagine you know, because since most of you here are weirdos like me. I should probably tell them when I'm getting off of this ship. Should yell. I've done my weekly, so I don't need to worry about it. How to make 10 million per hour with Corax and T0. I've seen these videos, it's great. Like, you get to a level of like conspiracy theory in EVE Online where you think all these new player guides are somehow a secretly well-kept way of making them like part with their money after like 20 minutes. It's just like, yeah, okay, so you need to buy this item on the auction house, this specific item which I produce copious quantities of. This is the thing you need. Whose pocket am I lining by following this YouTube guide tutorial bullshit? Ah, man. I should stop talking about Eve because the images and the sound effects of skill training completed, of entering and flooding my mind again. I used to watch a guy who had his follower alert set up to play skill training completed. So that every time someone followed their stream, it would play like exactly at the tone and volume to make you think that that game running on a second tab in the background was just was perfect. So fucking good. What a massive fucking troll. God, what's happening with the fucking sun today? Can you decide to be cloudy or not? Can't keep adjusting this fucking camera. Obviously there's auto exposure which I could be using, but I'm not that kind of cunt. There we go. Fantastic. We don't really use that word. Speak American. Speak the language we taught you. No, cunt is a term of affection. Call your mates cunts. That market simulator thing, say no more. Lip sealed. Quiet as the night. There's a lot of things that people seem to think are over the line. But if you say crikey dingo before you go there and say, oh yeah, what's going on, cunt, good day, it's just kind of like, oh wow, that guy can say cunt now. Oh, he's mad as a cut snake. Oh yeah, that's how you get your C pass. College Citadel doors reward 15k. You can have this. Help me. Help me, we're stuck. 15k. It's a ransom money at this point. Oh, DM Necropolis. Switch 17k. Please, I beg you. Oh, I cracked myself off. Oh, I shouldn't do that. Oh. It'll pass. Alright. Northern Sandy it is. Sandy. I was always wondering if Infamous Galka is in some way related to Jay the Infamous, who sits in front of Solbina. Can never see them in the same place. Ugh. Man, I'm tired. How long did I go off on this fucking rant? Probably like an hour or two. Shit. I feel my voice growing. It's good talk, though. I enjoy it. What I really love doing on this goddamn platform is not playing the video game for 2 hours and just shooting the shit. Oh my god. Not that everything in this game doesn't take like half an hour. So even if I did anything, it wouldn't be much. I should do more Armored Core tonight. Oh. Yeah, EverQuest is a different beast. Yeah, how'd you like that? What did you play? Oh, it was like, the 97 version, was it? Was the one that people played? 99? Yeah, 97's a little bit too early, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Yeah. But it's got something in it, right? To spend 5 years in that, there has to be something that, you know, engages those cogs in your brain. That too, yeah. That. Because, like, I had this weird experience, right? Usually when I recommend an MMO to people, they're kind of shy about it because the whole, I'm going to have to spend 100 hours to get anything done in this fucking video game isn't really the most appealing idea. But then I started playing 11, like, I don't know, probably a year ago at this point. And I didn't recommend it to anyone because I knew this is very much a me kind of game. As in, it's grindy, it's ancient, it's got that weird je ne sais quoi the, PS2 games have. It's like pre-WoW, so it's got a lot of mechanics that are a little bit more old school, but they're kind of unique. Like, WoW would never give you a quest to light the lamps in the capital city so that everyone else can have, like, lit lamps as they're walking along for the next, 20 in-game minutes. It's weird, but it's specifically niche, You have to have played WoW and other MMOs for, like, 20 years to really want to do that. And then I start playing it and I show this genuine interest about it. And people start, like, looking over my shoulder now. And I'm like, maybe I'm interested in playing this since you're having such a good time. And I'm like, are you sure? Are you really sure? Because this is, like, a little bit abrasive, It's not a video game from, like, the last 10 years where it shows green paint on ledges. You're gonna have to work for it a little bit. And like, how hard can it be? And then they start and it doesn't tell you shit, right? The main menu is bound to minus on your numpad, and you're just like, oh, what the fuck? Holy shit. And they're like, okay, so what do I do now? There's no people with, like, exclamation marks above their heads, and my quest log is for shit, and oh my god, is that a mission? Yeah, it's like a hazardous environment filled with, like, carbon monoxide, It's weird. And, like, I can know someone good enough to, see whether or not they'd be into this kind of thing and recommend it to them, but I wouldn't go willy-nilly and say, oh yeah, this is, everyone's cup of tea. It's specific. Let me just catch up because I missed some interesting messages. This was about EverQuest, in case you didn't remember. It's extremely addictive. You get on this EXP treadmill where you tell yourself, if you just get to level 30, you'll get better. If you get to level 40, you'll get better, and then 6 hours later. Yeah. I mean, isn't this the same case for Final Fantasy XI? The first 10 or so levels are the most boring shit in the universe. And then you get the sub-job, and then you have to level another class, but it's slightly easier. And then you get the outposts, and then you get the airships, and then you fucking start doing dynamis, and then, like, it keeps layering more shit on top of it as you get further in. But that initial, like, kind of grab your interest moment, the first 20 or so hours, are pulling teeth. And, like, I made a conscious effort to, like, not look anything up or do add-ons or have maps, as much as everyone advertises the map plugin. I have a special relationship with 13, unfortunately. Recently developed as well. I can tell you more about it later if you care. But let me finish my thought. Where was I? Oh, I was reading chat. I always recommend this game to people looking for a community. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? This isn't WoW where you get match made with people. You have a dungeon finder and shit. This is definitely what I would call a chat room with side objectives. You have a reason to sit around in Juno and get a party together and shout and yell and sell your items and buy items. And then you go out for, like, what feels like 3 hours at a time to do, like, an EXP party, or to do Like, literally fucking anything. Like, I would consider that if they hadn't done that rotation for Eco Warrior, or they hadn't done the HAP points system very recently even, a lot of people wouldn't have the enthusiasm they have for, like, helping people out with missions and doing anything. It was, like, Eco Sandy every week, and it was, I do my, like, missions once, and never again, unless it's someone from my link shell. And it doesn't really mean anything. Goes outside, gets instantly murdered by a rabbit. Yeah, that happened to my friend Cobb, who saw me play this for, like, obviously 7 hours at a time. And he said, oh, this looks cool. I could play it with my girlfriend and with my friends. And, like, we're looking for an online game to play together. MMOs seem cool. I've never been into them. And, like, there are much easier MMOs that you could try. Like, here, have this private Wrath of the Lich King server that is going to be fucking fantastic for you. You will get so much out of it. And, like, yeah, but you're playing this, you know? It might be fun. It looks cool. And I'm like, please don't. And then he made an account, right? Installed it and everything. And then the thing I obviously didn't think about. Because despite my reluctance, I couldn't, like, just straight up tell him no, because he's kind of an enthusiastic guy. I couldn't straight up tell him no, and I couldn't refuse to help him figure it out. So his girlfriend goes and makes an account, and she hits the IP exception policy that Horizon has, because it's an ancient fucking game running on a divine protocol called Direct Connect that was, like, basically destroyed by Microsoft as soon as XP was done. And now this poor little lady has to negotiate her way around taking photos of both of them and their workstations and sending them to random bozos on the fucking Horizon Discord to verify that they're in fact two people and they're not someone trying to multi-box on the same IP, right? And it's just kind of slowly, as time goes on over the hours, it turns into this high pressure, like, Gordon Ramsay boiling point kind of, like, service is service moment of, like, holy shit, you are literally screaming at all of your goddamn friends to play this game, and you are going to ruin your relationship before you even hit, like, the first step out of Windurst. You know? And it's kind of magical that this is, like, even occurring. Okay, they replied to my thing. Sorry, I've been trying to open up retro achievements and it has a weird style sheet error. Again, I spent like 30 minutes at the start looking at a random page. Yeah. Okay. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I had to go and do a quest. You know, we're talking about Cobb's experience with Final Fantasy XI. And there was this brief moment the day after, because this kind of happened at 3 a.m. for me, because he's an American and I'm not. And so, like, I'm staying up really fucking late to make sure that this goes at least slightly smoother than possible. Because my personal ambition is, whenever I introduce someone to a video game, is that they go in as blind as possible, and they have to figure everything out themselves. Because that's kind of a big filter to me. If you're willing to put up with the bullshit of setting up the plugins and fixing your resolution and fixing up the menu resolution and then making sure that, like, the NVIDIA settings are set up and then get the DirectX 9 proxy so that it records well on OBS, because that's an issue if you're going to be broadcasting this, right? And then also, you know, maybe figure out what add-ons you want to put on, because you kind of have some idea of what the game is and you know what you want to fix, right? You know, you want to fix the nameplate aspect ratio perhaps, or shit like that. And it's not just someone telling you, put this, and this and on, because, I like it this way. I want you to see what problems you have with it and then fix them. I can tell you how to fix your problem. I don't want to tell you what your problem is, if that makes any sense. Which obviously is a very kind of the silent way, patient mendicant kind of way of teaching someone about a video game, but I feel like it's a natural way of going through things. And if you really like the game, you're going to stick with it and you're going to do it. If you don't want to be bothered by it and you don't want to do it, then the likelihood of you completing mission 5-2 for your nation has diminished to such a small, insignificant factor in the statistical, empirical arts that, why are we even bothering with this conversation? It's the same with Eve. Right, I could tell you that, you can get some starting money by running missions and then going and getting a venture to mine some fucking rocks. But, is that all that EVE Online is for you from now on, just because I told you? Probably, yeah. Because you're not going to be brave enough to, look up stuff on the internet and try to figure this shit out. At least that's my kind of condescending ivory tower perspective on it. But I imagine it's true for the wider populace. If you're interested, you're interested. If you're not, you're not. I don't know how else to put it. That and I'm a fucking weirdo. Let's do my goddamn fucking quest. Alright. Sorry, I'm finicking with windows on every single side. Yeah, but I can also see the counterpoint that maybe if I do a better job of onboarding them, then maybe they would have more of an enthusiasm to stick around, right? Because you're basically leaving the barriers to entry still up without doing much to alleviate that. Not that it's my divine duty to make people play Final Fantasy 11. I have no incentive to do so other than, have friends around, but I know that my friends aren't interested in this. So I'm not pushing it. If they want to get in it on their own accord, then sure. I'll facilitate you a bit, but the rest you gotta do yourself. It's kind of the same when, maybe you're playing with a friend group and you have the one guy who's really enthusiastic about it and reads the wiki, follows people on YouTube, talks about it on forums, if those still exist, has a whole community around it. And then you might have the one guy who's kind of just into it for the Sunday, when all four of you are going to play it. And then, when you ask him, okay, do you have this and this? And he's like, no, right? How should I supposed to know that I have those? It's you feel like telling them that they should have maybe a little bit more enthusiasm, right? But if they just don't have it, you sound like an asshole, Why don't you care about this game as much as I do? It doesn't work. Oh, and I am all about evading a sense of obligation and debt, I can assure you. You will see once this broadcast is over how non-committal the scheduling is. Scheduling? I'm sorry, Sean Connery took over me for a few seconds. The schedule. Gosh. Oh, that's a stupid movie. Fuck it. It's just that, I don't know. I don't think any of my friends feel any obligation or debt to me. The only thing that made my heart skip a little bit was when friend of the channel, Ted, said that Cobb had decided to go back to Final Fantasy again of his own accord a day after the incident. And I was like, oh my god, holy shit, it happened. You know? He got over the hump of like not uninstalling it after the first fucking thing outside, you know? And then I went to like try and find a VOD or something of it, or like see if it was true, and it didn't happen. And I was like, fuck. There goes my wishful thinking and my youthful enthusiasm. I don't know, there's some games I feel like teach you how to play them. I didn't think Final Fantasy XI is one of them. I know that sentence felt like it ended in the middle. I'll continue it after a bit, once I've thought it through a little bit more. Let's see what Nouveau Mage has to say. Have a moment. Will you hear my request? Sure, what do you have to say? I want you to bring me a vial of Beastman blood. Just don't ask why. How's about it? Will you do this for me? Sure. That's good news indeed. Please hurry, I beg you. Don't walk of my range. You did me a great service. It's hard to find such a helper, thank you. You've heard about me. That I'm some sort of bloodsucker, a freak of nature. And of course, you'd believe them. Everyone does. No? Never mind. You seem to be a kind soul, so I'll tell you, I have a disease. Whenever the light of sun touches my skin, it burns me in horrible fashion. I was poisoned long ago. That's why I became this way, and I have been trying to find a cure, some kind of serum ever since. After many experiments, I find that these vials of Beastman blood are the only thing that can ease my pain. Yes, I've become quite knowledgeable in the ways of poisons. People still shun me, but I don't blame them. The people of Sandoria can only see with their own eyes, never another's. They think their own view is superior to all. Preach, say it with your chest. But you, my friend, are different. If there's anything I can do, you need but ask me. Here, take this. It's not much, but it's all I have. I give you my thanks. Oh my god, he's a hot, white-headed vampire. We should tell Tumblr at once. There we go, we completed a quest today. We could say we did something. Let me keep up. Do you feel that some games are molding you into what the game wants? I guess so, yes. I feel that like most games have a way of teaching you their mechanics, even if it is very obtuse. Like, obviously now I have some add-ons and shit that make my life easier, but that was after hours of playing without them. You know, I wouldn't know that I kind of need or would like these things if I hadn't put myself in there. And like, I like to find solutions to things. If there's a problem, I would like to try my hand at it first before I have to, like, go on the internet and
look for a solution that someone's already divined somehow. I want to be the guy who divines the solution, even if it is ostensibly the same one. Maybe I find another way that, no one's thought about. That's why I really like Dota 2, because every time a new patch comes out, there's a contingent of people who wait for like the professionals and the really high MMR people to figure out the builds and what characters are good and what's the thing that we should play. What's the good stuff in the patch, the meta. And I kind of like just trying everything. It doesn't matter if I lose some games, right? I like to try everything that has been changed and I think is good. I try some wacky shit and I try to have fun with it. And then if it ends up working and no one knows about it, I get to squeeze that lemon for all the MMR it's got. And no one's the wiser because they don't know how to react to it, because the pros don't know what I'm doing and they haven't thought the counter of it. And the people at my rank don't know what they're doing about it because they haven't seen it. So, it's kind of a win-win situation for me. Like, obviously, the room for movement in Final Fantasy is a little bit smaller. But, like, there's, let's say, common advice is to start as a monk and then do warrior when you're a subclass. So you have the attack speed and you can level a melee class and you can fight. It's common knowledge, at least on XI, to like maybe not start Bastok, start Sandy or Windy, because Bastok doesn't have a good time. Obviously I did none of that and I just said, you know what, Bastok looks really cool based off the description and I want to play a red mage. And so that's what I did. And then every time I got invited to an EXP party, I said, I don't know where you are. I can't see the map. I don't have it. Which obviously is kind of like, oh shit, look at this fucking guy. Right? Who does he think he is? Does he think why is he wasting our time with this, I don't have any map? But the thing about 11 is the community can kind of, accommodate for that kind of play, Someone will tell you, oh yeah, just try to head to I8, or like, they try to give you advice if you need it. Some people will show up and give you advice regardless if you need it, but, that's par for the course for the internet nowadays. Admittedly, I don't think that 11 teaches you so much how to play, because it doesn't give you like direct instructions in any way, but it kind of pushes you to figure out efficient ways of like getting around. Like you start off walking and it takes forever, and then you start unlocking outposts every week, and that maybe gives you a little bit more insight into the conquest stuff. Signets, how those work. Maybe you find out through the vendor that you can get warp scrolls. Then, eventually people start talking about dunes. People talking about, maybe heading to Juno, where Juno's like the hardest place on Earth. Just by being in random EXP parties, you get some random items, you get some crystals, which might get you into some kind of crafting, might get you into, trading on the auction house, figuring out what items are worth something which aren't. Every once in a while, you're going to chat with someone and they're going to tell you, oh yeah, this is kind of like a good piece of gear. Obviously, they could have gotten the information from like the wiki or something, but, it's kind of the dangers of the common internet at this point. Maybe in 2002, everyone was kind of like word of mouthing it more, and they were just collectivizing it in some obscure web page. Now it's kind of just like you go to the wiki, you look it up, and then you do it. Which, there's no shame in that. Sometimes I don't feel like going through the rigmarole of figuring it out, because some quests are like, oh yeah, this apparition has appeared somewhere. And then, you sitting in Bastok should understand that they actually meant that there is one cave in Bedeau starting to, like, have a little bit of a sparkle somewhere in it, As like an interactable question mark that you saw 45 hours ago. The whole idea for this game, I imagine, is that people would eventually find the answers to all their questions by word of mouth. So I have no shame in asking other people, and that's why I'm kind of contributing to the wiki as well when I find something. Because it's just, having more info out there is nice, and that's what it's all about. Now, does it tell you how you're supposed to do macros? No. Does it tell you that you should do macros? No. Does it let you do equipment sets? No, not really. Should you have all, 11 elemental staffs or whatever? Probably, but how the fuck should you know? Someone has to, show you really good numbers or something. Does it teach you the common composition for a party as a tank, a healer, a damage dealer, and, you should get a couple of damage dealers and maybe get a second healer like a red mage, and what class does what? How the fuck are you supposed to know that a ninja's a tank? You think a ninja's a fucking sword-swinging motherfucker who deals damage at the wazoo. It won't even tell you, what half of the words mean. What does it mean when it has a green and a red bracket on the left and right side of it? What does it mean when someone has a yellow circle next to the name? What is a blue name? Right? How do you queue up for party? What the fuck is a search comment? That kind of shit, You figure that out over time when it becomes useful to you. It's not immediately tutorializing you in your face. Because you put that bucket of information on someone as they're logging in for the first time and they don't know, how to fight their first worm outside of Bastock. What does that mean to them? It doesn't mean shit. What the fuck do I need a search comment? I can only do anything after level 10 anyway, so I'm stuck here. What the fuck is an EXP ring? My first job when I started playing was I went around and talked to every NPC to see how many quests I can get in my log. Which eventually also led me to that tutorial NPC in Bastock Mines where you trade in your adventurer's certificate or whatever it's called. And you get 300 gil. 300 gil, oh my god, I could do something with it. And then you find the first couple of missions that tell you about the beef jerky or whatever, and then how to get a free ring. That kind of stuff. And so you naturalistically kind of start getting a picture. And it's kind of like a slow, over-the-time process, which is, I guess, the mentality you have to play 11 a little bit. There's no quick gratification after a point. Not that there is at the start, but it only gets slower with time. But then you get to level, 50, 60, right? And you start getting so many spells. And you start, especially as a mage, right? If you're a melee guy, you get weapon skills, and you start finding about skill chains, and you get to do so many different kind of skill chains. And then magic bursts come into play. Obviously you can have an add-on to do that, but ostensibly someone figured the system out before all of those add-ons were programmed and available. So it's, it does teach you itself in a way, but it's in a way that I guess was more popular 20 years ago than it is now. Now the expectation is that you are somehow onboarded and that you are given something to work with. You can't just be plopped in there and be like, okay, good luck, kiddo. See you in 75 levels. It's a different kind of experience, and it's not for everyone. And I don't even want to pretend that it's for everyone. It's for a certain kind of weirdo, which you all represent. There you go. I don't know. I feel really preachy today. I don't know why. I can just keep rambling. I'm gonna turn on a fucking fan. And outside of MMOs, I don't know. If you're talking to me about EVE Online, are you? I mean, it's a big one. Yeah, it's more niche, but it is an MMO. Despite all its attempts not to be, it is an MMO. Just not like high fantasy, I get big shoulder pads kind of MMO. Which is why, like, I find it funny when people see me enjoying 11 so much, and they ask me, hey, have you tried 14? And I'm like, yes, I've played World of Warcraft. How can you tell? Like, I even went back after I play like a decent amount of 11 to try and see if it's like provoked anything in me. And I realized how much of that game has its kind of like quintessence tied to being Final Fantasy 11, but with the improvements of World of Warcraft. It's like a mishmash of the two. And obviously, there's some people who will recommend it to me for the gut-wrenching story that only happens after you beat a Realm Reborn. Don't ever mention Realm Reborn in front of this house. But after that, it's one of the best games in the universe. And like, you know what I'm actually interested in? 1.0 Final Fantasy 14. I want to see that shit they nuked from orbit. I want to play that for like a couple of months. And then move on to like a Realm Reborn and get to like maybe get something extra out of that. It poses like an almost intellectual interest to me to see what was so bad about original 14. Did you? I'd love to hear about it. The only thing I kind of know is like circumstantial anecdotes from other people, and I know there is currently in development a kind of reverse engineering project to try and maybe get a private server for that game running. But currently it's kind of like a weird free cam thing where you can kind of walk around empty zones and there's no like scripted content or whatever. It's like very bare bones. I don't know if I can find it. Let me see if I can link all of you to it. Would it be? This is not what I wanted. There it is. This is like a weird wiki page for it. Called Project Meteor. Which I find it's like weirdly apt of a name. Apparently you can just kind of run it locally and you can just fly around. Which is in itself interesting, but I'm more interested in whenever this is better. I wish I knew of a way to maybe contribute to this, but it doesn't seem to be a way. But there you go. That's all I really know. I've seen like footage on YouTube of it, obviously, of like the last day when they spawn massive fucking NPCs and shit. So it is interesting to me, right? Especially because it was seen to be so unsuccessful that it warranted this reset in a way. And obviously now it's one of the, premier MMOs. So certainly some change between what it was and what it is now is what they like. And it might even just be the fact that it's more World of Warcraft than it is Final Fantasy XI, where the ratio for 1.0 must have been quite lower. And it or might have been more 11 than it is WoW. Like, don't get me wrong, I do like some of the new features that 14 has, but they're like very minimal and kind of like quality of life stuff. I can see the skeleton of 11 in it, despite everything. Then, and I don't know why they didn't just make it like a weird direct sequel to 11 and just, not call them Lalafells and call them Tarus and keep Galkas around. It's weird. They're obviously the same races. Just they wanted it separate. You know what would have been funny? Final Fantasy 11-2. That would have been the shit. That would have gotten some kicks out of people. But maybe that's what original 14 was. Maybe original 14 was 11-2. Oh. Sorry, I'm trying to sneak in some food every once in a while. That and lubricate the pipes. Because holy shit. I'm gonna be screamed hoarse tomorrow. Okay, what was next on my little list? I can't do acting in good faith now. The next best thing I can do is complete Blade of Darkness and unlock the Dark Knight job. This won't happen immediately, because I know a bit of what needs to happen. I think I need to go to Bathdock, and then I need to talk to someone and get a sword, and then I have to kill a certain number of creatures before the job unlocks. That's what I remember being told. Or reading somewhere, by the way. What does this scroll actually need in terms of requirements? Oh yeah, that's right, we're done talking. We're playing the video game for another 5 minutes. Black Mage 12, Geomancer. Oh no. Dark Knight 10. See you in 5 minutes, yeah. Actually, no, I can learn this now, can't I? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, new magic for me. Steal the enemy's HP and effective against undead. I'm unstoppable now. What else did I have? I had Asper, right? I'll probably get Asper soon. Alright, so I head to Bastock. I guess I do it through this. I'm gonna take the airship again. Because I will most likely have to wait for it. And it'll be cheaper. So I get to shoot the shit more. Oh, I love pretending to play video games. It's so fun. This is just one long pre-recorded video. Pre-recorded it, yeah. I turned into the Swedish chef in the middle of that sentence. Ah, Herbie Birdie. One long pre-recorded video that I just pause every once in a while. For a second there, I thought that was Laurie from Legend of the Druids. 11 minutes! Oh my god! Oh no! I guess we have no choice. Holy shit. Just imagine making like... I don't know, what's like the newest MMO you can think of? That's actually a hard question. Holy shit. I didn't think I'd struggle this much. The newest MMO I can think of. I guess that's out. I'd say probably like, what is it, New World? Was like Amazon's big failure. That was like an MMO-esque thing. Top-down Diablo-style MMO from Korea. Last Epoch? No, that was Lost Ark. I did play that. That was a weird experience. Now that I think about it, I put like maybe 60 hours into it, didn't I? It didn't get to me too much because I kind of expected it to be a different game. I should have recognized what it was earlier, but I didn't. I thought it would turn more Diablo with time, but it kind of didn't. It had such a... I guess it's a typical Korean MMO. If that means anything to you, you would understand immediately what I mean. It has like this kind of daily rotation. It borderline has like energy that you get to spend to craft and get items. It has like a really, really limited economy. All of the classes are just kind of like scaled based off some random gear score and not really just individual items. It's really highly zoned, and none of the zones have much in common with each other. One of them is kind of like a weird deserty Diablo kind of Calderas thing. The other is kind of a weird mecha cyberpunk zone. It's like every trope that a Korean MMO could be is like. The last actual Korean MMO that I liked was Black Desert Online. I keep shilling that one. I haven't played it in years, so maybe it's gone to shit since, as they always tend to. But Black Desert was... Oh, shit. Put that shit in my veins for the first couple of years. It was so innovative and so good. Oh. It was very sandboxy. I really enjoyed it. And like you can get into that MMO. It was buy to play, and it still probably is. You can get into it for like $10. Now they're just fucking chucking that thing for free on Steam every couple of months. You know? It's fucking weird. They had like some inner struggle with their publisher in the West, so now I think Kakao Games are publishing it. And Pearl Abyss isn't involved anymore. And it looked beautiful. Like it ran like crap, but it looked beautiful, and it was real timey, and like just the life skills, like the jobs in that were fucking fantastic. I was the number one like boat maker for the server when boats came out. I had my entire infrastructure set up so that I can do logging, mining, and whatever other fucking shit I needed. And I just made boats for people. Like cheap boat licenses that broke over time. and you needed to have them repaired. Fucking stupid. It was. It was nuts. Oh yeah, gear was absurd. Like, it was essentially risking bricking the item every time and like de-leveling or completely ruining it. And it went up like to, what was it, plus 15, and then it went into Roman numerals when I go like 1, 2, 3, and then it was like until some point, I don't remember anymore. It was like, I think the 5th Roman numeral was where like the best items were, and those were like really expensive. And people who could make those items reliably were really good. And you had to engage with some weird cultivation mechanic to make those crafts work. Like, you had to wait for days to make one. And obviously, buy to play as fuck means that they have to get their money elsewhere, and the shop was egregious. It had gear with actual, really good statistical bonuses in that. Yeah, it wasn't an Age of Wushu kind of thing. Age of Wushu is another fucking MMO that existed for a while. Age of Wulin too. But no, it was kind of a weird mechanic that you would get by linking together nodes on like a world map. You would have like, you'd purchase property in a town, and that property you could turn into either like a house that you can rest in and craft, or it would be like random workshops for like woodworking or mining that would produce items passively and add them to your storage. And then from that town, you would discover nodes that are like a forest or like a mine or stuff like that, and you would connect them together by paying this currency, which I think is called cultivation. I might be wrong. And this would be kind of like an account-bound thing. So like all of your alts would share in it. And the more XP you get, the more life skills you do, the more combat. You would get more cultivation points to spend. And with those mines and forests and fields, you would be able to eventually make boats. And like, there wouldn't just be boats. Some people would like be hardcore traders or hardcore fishers. And like, the professions were stuff like fishing required you to have like essentially a guild together, so that you can have, you know, one guy with a boat, a couple of fishermen that, you know, are on the boat itself, and then a lot of people like riding around in smaller boats along the coast to try and find like ley lines and kind of like undersea currents and like little nodes that would have the correct fish, because they would move around the map so they wouldn't have the same fish at the same time. So if you really knew what like kind of goals your guild had. DA Soccer told you to spam Windy #1. He's wrong. Bastock is first stock, and don't you let anyone tell you otherwise. Thank you, DA Soccer. You've been supporting us with your wondrous patronage for a while. Glad to have you again. We're talking about MMOs while I'm waiting for this 11-minute airboat to somewhere. I don't even remember where we're heading. I think we're heading to Bastock, aren't we? Doesn't matter. And I remember the trading in Black Desert was essentially its own minigame, where you kind of had this... first you had to... okay, it gets deeper. So not only did you have to haggle prices down to like convince an NPC trader that you're good, that would use some of your energy, and then you would haggle down the prices on a certain item so that you could sell it 4 towns over, which you had to talk to informants for, which might be other players, or you pay the NPC a gross amount of currency to tell you, okay, so this guy has this and he's buying it for like 40% over what you're buying it for. And then you had to have someone sell you a horse a well-bred horse, which took actual fucking effort. You had to find a horse somewhere out in the wild, see if it's got like good stock on it, have good traits and like things that are valuable to the player. I don't even remember what they were. Then you had to tame it, and then you had to like basically do this eugenics minigame where you breed horses together to make new horses that are perfect for trading and have a higher tier. And then you would attach this to a wagon that you purchase, which there's like several tiers of wagon. One's like a rickety one. Yeah, essentially fucking break a wild horse. And people would specialize in horse rearing. There was like an entire field of study that people engaged in. And then, right, you take this whole like wagon horse combo with all the stock loaded in the back. I think it even visually appeared on the back. And you physically traveled there to that place where the PvP element of the game could be engaged, and you could be ambushed along the way. And if they ambushed you with enough people and there was no one defending you, then you just get robbed. And it was like, holy shit, this video game is the wildest fucking thing in the universe. How could I not want to play this? Like, and obviously, as there's like some really highly geared kind of high-level traders that have a lot of dispensable income were around and like was speeding along the highways, there's the lowly merchant who's got all his stock on his back. And it was like a special state that your character entered in where you were just like slowly hunched over and just going like this. And it would take hours for you to get to anywhere, but you could make like small profits for no upfront cost. And that's how like some people like very early on started a trade empire. It was fucking wild. Fucking love that game. I don't know why I stopped playing it. Maybe because it was unhealthy for me. But it was really, really good. And there's a boat. Just like that on time. Whew, man. Those are like fond memories that I tapped into. MMOs are great. MMOs are fucking goddamn great. That's the fucking thing that you can come out of this with. Oh. It's a shame that it's so hard to make them nowadays. Without them like losing massive amounts of money. Though apparently the newest WoW expansion is pretty good, from what I hear. It's very, conjectural information. But apparently they've made some changes, as they always tend to do. I might give it a shot eventually. But now I'm stuck here fishing. That's all we get. It's what we deserve. 14 hours straight of fishing in Oshimo Highlands. That's what the people crave for. The children yearn for the fish. That's all I can. I'm joking. We're going to Bastock. Did you see that? You didn't notice it, but I did. There was a couple of people who instantly just like panic tabbed out of this. It was great. Like, no, not again. Not me. I can't take it anymore. Been fishing for 2 hours. Oh. Someone's crafting on this fucking airship? What are you doing? Are you not getting on? Yeah, it probably is. I've only gone once, and it was in some kind of weird bog where I think nothing longer than a centimeter could live. It might have just been random tadpoles. I don't know. It's as close to what I could describe as a bayou. Alright. Let's go take in the sights. Sometimes I don't feel green moon. First of all, green moon. Don't get to see a green moon every day. I wonder if that means something. It's probably some special day. Waning gibbous 22% is what that means. Does any one of you even like care about moon phases? I mean, in like 11, I'm not trying to get into a conversation about astrology here, right? Does anyone actually use the moon phases consciously in their like skill ups for whatever profession you're doing? Is there a single crafter among you who's like, oh yeah, this is like a new moon 38%. This is where I will craft ingots? Not anymore. How's that like? What does that life look like? I know that fishing benefits from a full moon. That's about the only thing I know. But it seems to show up on like every other hobby as well. Like on mining and on harvesting and excavation. Even on chocobo digging from what I've seen. Not like that minigame has like 15 other different mechanics on it. I should try it again. I haven't done it in quite a while, but I heard distressing things. Such as, I think it was DA Soccer, who I was watching earlier. And it was some conversation about how all these areas are dug out. And then the words, you can dig for ores, and that's not good, apparently. Being able to dig for ore with chocobos is apparently bad. I guess because it dilutes the pool or something. And then it has its own little like skill up system, and you can't really make a profit on chocobos until you're like level 60 chocobo digging. And there's another set of clothes that I have to wear to extend the duration of my chocobo riding. It's fucking wild, from what I hear. And apparently, looks like it's profitable after all that investment. But I couldn't tell you the first thing about chocobo digging because I'm a fucking moron. The day and direction you're facing? Ooh, that feels like a spicy forums only speculative theory there. I like those. It's just like the like ambiguous concept of fatigue in Final Fantasy XI. I talked about this yesterday, but maybe you weren't here. Fatigue is this word I come across every once in a while that feels just like a weird placebo desire sensor thing. It's like I should be getting more out of this like hobby or more of this craft, but I'm fatigued after doing so-and-so crafts or leveling so-and-so times. So like if I get 8,000 experience, I become fatigued and I have to switch to another class to be unfatigued and wait a day. You know, it's these kind of weird suppositions that people seem to draw that I can't for the life of me verify if they're real. Well, yeah, because WoW has leveling fatigue. It's just that they call it a rested bonus. The fatigued state is what you're in baseline, and then you stay in a, in an inn or like in any like allied city, and you rest while you're offline. This is to incentivize the the youth of the early 2000s, the later 2010s, to get off the fucking computer, go outside, it's so beautiful. Ah! If you've seen the GIF. Otherwise, you probably think I'm an idiot for making that noise. It's a Tommy Wiseau GIF. It's really good, you should find it. What are you doing outside? What are you doing inside on computer? Go outside, it's so beautiful! And then he throws the laptop onto the ground. It's great. Good times. The internet provides us with many entertaining snippets, which will be part of, no doubt, illustrious human culture for eons. Just as we dig up Grecian vases and, the left testicle of Michelangelo, we will eventually find one meme in a wreckage buried beneath layers of dirt. And that meme will be Tom Scott dies to a vape. A 4-second YouTube video through which this period of ours will be viewed as a prism. I know, it's just called Tom Scott Dies. Shit. There you go. You can have it. You can just have it. For free. You can watch it at your leisure. It is just as stupid as you think. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was going to do Blade of Darkness. That's what I wanted to do. Alright. Let's get that Dark Knight class up. It's gonna take forever, but let's at least do the start of the quest and get the item. I don't know what I'm getting myself into, but you will just get to see there and enjoy the Schadenfreude. Chains of Prometheus 7-5. The Warrior's Path Tenzin BCNM fight. Please assist 4 out of 6. Get 1000 EXP plus HAP points /tell. Sometimes I love reading out yells. They sound like what stockbrokers probably talk about. Oh yeah, the DOP on the Dow went down and now it's up. And now the $ AGO has been pumped. You should short that. Number goes up, line goes down. Would you please consult the graphs? Do like the small dancing towers that apparently will hang out in Bastock until this festival is over. We have commissioned for Tarus to appear. They are being paid daily in stale bread and cold water. They are having a great time. That was someone's dog. Possibly getting stabbed. That actually might be my neighbor's dog. Can't see it, but I can hear it. I want to buy a gold key for 30k. No, I don't think you have it. I'll just keep it to myself. Alright. Ah. Mm-hmm. I could possibly already have it. Quad off curse, 11th hour gourmet, Elvan, no. Blade of Darkness, I do. I have taken it. Sighted in Palborough Mines. Seek him out, he may make you an apprentice. An a what? An apprentice? An apprentice. So much for that degree I've got. Oh my god, this list goes on. Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah. Zaid. Or Zaid. I don't know. No one's ever said it. Okay. Right, so I didn't have to do this trick. I will do a much simpler way of getting around. I don't know why I didn't do this in the first place. I will just use my little shortcut, which I promised the little girl I would never tell anyone about, so as soon as I do it, I demand all of you to close your eyes. Unless you're in the know, in which case you can keep them up. Tabbed out? Oh yeah, that's right. Alright guys, quickly. Now's the time to draw a dick on screen. Alright, it's coming up. If you haven't done this quest, close your eyes. No, don't change floors. Shit, I fucked it up. Keep those closed. Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta. I mean, it's kind of the same with how, like, you know how cats and dogs have to mark their territory? I feel like it's the same for humans, but because we're kind of like trying to be a society or something, we can't just piss on any corner we feel like. Not that stopping some people, but like for the most part we can't. So we've proxied this. And now we just draw dicks on shit. Kind of says, yeah, that shit's mine. It's either that or you draw the cool ass. Either that or a dick. I mean, when nothing if not the smartest species on the fucking planet, next to dolphins and some variety of chimp somewhere in the tropical forests, why not? It's not like we got something to prove or something. I dreamt of it. I saw it in a glorious vision of the future. Am I nuts, or is there no way to get a chocobo into this part of North Gusterberg? Because if you get it from the other gate, it, like, mines, you can't get up to this. Is that true? Wait a second. Oh, it's just the other... Oh, yeah, right. I feel like I constantly forget that that other section is... Yeah. I just never go there because it's either I leave through here in port. Where am I headed? I'm headed to Palber Mines, which I think is where I need to go. Why am I going there? For, this. Which feels like it's the way to go. Right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah. It's literally the next thing I could do outside of get Fame 3 in Windurst and unlock Teleport Mayor. I'm just going down the list. Do I need help with unlocking anything? Probably. I don't know what. I think I'm missing what? I'm missing Ninja, and I know I have to go to Kazam, and then Norg, and then there's some Tenchoto bullshit where I have to do an NPC. And there is Dragoon, which I don't know the slightest shit about. And then there's... What else am I missing? I've got Ranger, I've got Paladin, I've got Bard. I'm leveling my Beastmaster so that I can go farm leeches to get a Carbuncle gem. Did I do Samurai? No, I haven't done Samurai. So that's one. Yeah, but I don't know how to get it, so I might as well not know shit. I've only seen one of them in my entire stay, and it was when I was leveling in eastern Old Teppa Desert, I think, was the last time I saw a Dragoon. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't want to put people to fucking grind a gem for me. I'm just gonna go do it on my own. The last Dragoon. That could be cool. There's some narrative nonfiction in there. It's like the last of the Mohicans, but weird. And without Daniel Day-Lewis. Or we could just get Daniel Day-Lewis to be the last Dragoon. That could also be cool. Get him out of retirement at, like, age 80. I mean, I've got some of my ports. I'm pretty much missing Maya, the El Tepa one, and, Actually, I'm missing a lot of ports. I'm missing the one in the jungle, I'm missing the one in Zarkabad, and I'm missing the desert one. But some of those are expansion ones, that's why. I haven't really delved into expansion stuff yet. Which is probably my bad. Is it? What do you gotta do for that one? I'm gonna eat while you type. About the scrolls. I have the crystals. Yeah, but what was it? The art was awful. That sounds great. I mean, it is supposedly like, what, level 42 to cast it too? You're supposed to be a little bit different. 3 people from Link Shell help me farm it. Sounds encouraging. Well, I'll get there eventually. I'm just working on like the original 3. I'm still waiting for Bastock to be at least second. See, now it's going to happen. The thing I was talking about yesterday, where it just continues going off on a straight line because it tries to walk around a rock. Oh, it's just a regular item drop? There's no quest for it? Yeah, that's manageable. You get some of the people who are still on the logging waiting list, and, you know, while they're waiting 6 hours to touch a node, you can occupy their time. Is it me or did it just get really dark? Oh yeah, I'm in the witness protection program right now. And I have some funky hair going on the top. Give me a moment. Let's fix this fashion travesty. Oh. Oh, yeah. This probably fixed absolutely nothing. We're 100% blank. Yeah, me too. There's a waiting list for logging. Yeah. Yeah. I saw that and I said, there's no way the triads are real. And then they just proved it to me. The woodworking triads are real and they're out to get you. Don't trust them. Do not believe their lies. Do not pass go. Now you look at the mining section in the helm parts of the Horizon Xi Discord, and it's like a depression help group. Like it is just a bunch of people trying to get by, farming like aluminum. It's like really, really distressing. Woodworking triads. Mining, seek the help of Jesus. Just like consoling each other and being like, yeah, I'll show up in like 4 hours if you want. We could set up a group. Do you have sneak? No, I've got pots. Oh, fuck. Gonna spend so much money. Oh, I got a level of red mage, so... Shit. I love mining. It's my favorite. No one wants to do it, and that's why I like it. It's just like always a kind of like slight reluctance. If you can believe it. Everyone just kind of like, yeah. Oh, yeah. I had to get on the elevator, didn't I? 3rd floor? Well, there was stairs around this place as well. So maybe, yeah, do that. I just buy them. They get paid off really quickly. Especially where I mine, I can just kind of like instantly pay them off. I can actually probably give you that statistic. I get 5 stacks of pickaxes, so that's 12 each. So that's 60 pickaxes. And that lasts me about 2 hours with walking around. If I didn't walk around, it would probably last less. With full field tunic. I don't remember if the, what is it? About 2 hours, I'd say. Keeping in mind that they kind of break more often than hatchets. Even with, you know, having a full set. I've done experiments with 10, but that feels like you're hitting some kind of fatigue, and it's starting to give you a lot of like you got nothing out of this node, you got nothing out of this node kind of messages. Maybe it's just really rotten luck, but I'm starting to feel like around 4 stacks is where you start getting some weird incurring penalty. That's just my hyperbole, obviously, but. And that's if you're just like hard focusing on mining. I feel like I have to be on the other side, don't I? There's something green over there. I really don't remember. This takes you up to that other, like, dungeon area. I also kind of like that this is a weird service side mechanic of like being. I can't view map while being on an elevator. That is, I guess, because it's not consistent ground. Right. These are under my level, right? Yeah, they're good. God, it's been so long since I've been here. Not since that mission that you have to do. Okay, we should be alright. There we go, there's a cutscene. With... Yeah, you take your time. Ah, why are you looking at me that way? Haven't you seen a Dark Knight before? You say Goomba told you about me? That child is always crossing the line. It's unfortunate what happened to Were, but I see Volker hasn't changed. I had thought I might visit the mines district, but if they are still there, I should probably not. And why is it then when Oh, what? And why is it that you have sought me out? You seek training to become a Dark Knight, perhaps? Yes, I sense you have already felled many enemies. By the way, of the Dark Knight is not one to be taken lightly. It is a hopeless road where anger and sorrow are your only companions. I got specific. If you wish to become one, then take the sword. Let it feed on your bloodlust and the blood of your enemies. I must go. I have some business to attend to in Bideau. The Quadar stronghold. Sate the sword's hunger and we will meet again. There you go. Am I in Zero now? I am. Okay, and I have the Chaos Bringer, which... That is so green. Warrior, Dark Knight, and... RUN? Oh, that's, It's not called Rune Mancer, what is it? Fuck. Curse my goddamn forgetful brain. There's Geomancer and then there's... Snow Runebender? What the fuck is it? I can't. I could not resist. Rune Fencer. It's close to Mancer, that's why. Well, I bet you didn't know this about this. You can jump off of this. There you go. That's a +1 for you. Statistically unlikely. But one of you didn't know about it, so I win. Okay, and now from what I remember, you had to, like, switch to this and kill, like, 100 things, which feels almost perfect, with the exception that I might have to equip a different subclass on my Beastmaster. Oh, but, what did they... They didn't have to be me getting the last hit, though, so it's no good on Beast. Yeah, I'd probably have to do it while I'm leveling some other class. So I'm not going to do it now, obviously. I'm not going to put you all through it. I'm just thinking of ways to make it. Like, I have to be a subclass to warrior. In any case. Or just like a main class warrior. Who gives a shit? And then what? I guess you just kill shit. I imagine you could just walk outside right now, like, of Bastock Mines and kill worms. Like 100 of those in one shot. I mean, I guess it is a shitty weapon. So if you get it down to, like, one shots, it'd be good. I guess I find out. Like, the only thing I need to do is not dispose of it. I need to not throw it when I see, like, a level 3 thing in my Morgue wardrobe. And I'm running out of wardrobe, too, which is slightly distressing. I mean, I got the kind of good gear for Beastmaster, so I'm set for a little bit. And I have some useless things in here that I probably should sell. Does this guy post for every single class at the moment? Black Mage 43, Beast 43, Ranger 44, Samurai 44, Dragon 44, Bard 46. I was about to say, why do you stop at 44 for everything? Bard 46, Warrior 57, Summoner 58, Monk 58, White Mage 62, Dark Knight 67. He has Samurai. He's pretty much got everything, doesn't he? What is he missing? Bard? No, he has Bard. Ranger? He has Ranger. Summoner? Ninja? Did he post Ninja? Aha, he doesn't have a Ninja. I'm not inviting this guy to my party. Oh. That was fun. How's this doing? Blooming? I can probably feed crystals, can't I? That one's not. I have to move a stack. That's not how you move a stack. What do I have like the most of? Probably fire. Can probably gauge visually better. Got a lot of water. So let's put... Besides, it feels good to put water on them. Because it's like watering a plant. It makes sense. And before, no, you didn't consult the spreadsheet. Don't do it, Bruce. Don't do it. Now you will get string beans instead of the expensive thing. And I will say, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Is that right? Cursed... It's not even curious, this is curiouses. Curiouses. How many? Curiouses. How do you say that word? I will find out right now. A piece of armor for the thigh. It's pronounced quiz. Quizzes. There you go, you learned something. Apparently, it is now labeled as historical, and it was popular somewhere in the 19th century, and has since become very unfashionable. Quizzes. What does this thing look like? Oh, it's literally that like two-piece thing that you strap to your thigh, and nothing more. What other funny parts? Visor, helmet, gorget, cuirass, pauldron, rear brace? Is that what that part is called? Rear brace? Placard, I know. Folds. Couture? Couture? That's not couture. Fan brace, we know. Gauntlet, we know. Quiz. Pauline. What is a pauline? Oh, that's the knee. Tassets, we know tassets, greaves, and sabatons. Oh, that's so good. Those are such good words. I don't know why this comes with like an illustration from the Fluted Knight set from Demon Souls, but it's surely a thing. You know what? I feel like taking a very short break. It has been 4 hours since I've taken a piss. And I think that is essential to upholding this thing we call human life. So I will be with you in a moment after these messages. They're no real advertisements, don't worry. And yeah, I'll be right back with more Final Fantasy XI. Don't go anywhere. Who's it gonna be? Oh, it's gonna be Cobb. Let's hear some messages from Cobb. Yeah.
The funny Ted impression.
A funny Ted impression. Hey guys, what the fuck's going on? Watch ARTV now! Yeah, bitch! Hey, that's Ted. That's awful. That's awful.
I figured the Arty viewers probably know who Ted is.
Hey guys, Twitch TV Tedverse here. Watch Arty live or I will. Ooh, I'll kiss you on the lips. Angrily. After not brushing my teeth. I'm Twitch TV Tedverse. I don't brush. Don't use that one. Don't even be mad at me. He would call me out on Twitter and say, ArtyTV Live? More like, ArtyTV Live. Do that. That's a good one. I'm gonna eat this apple pie now. Too late. Called out already.
Okay, what if I yell like, hey, come on, you're gonna miss our wedding! And you're like, not now, ArtyloTV is live.
Say work. Work is a lot less
Like, I was thinking like anniversary or something that was like important.
female. Yeah, work is important.
Or, like a funeral, I don't know.
Marcy prioritizing herself over work as usual.
Work happens every day.
This is the CEO of Infamous Inc., and I'd like to officially endorse ARTV, home to all your listening needs.
I can't get this fucking chat box to work since this morning. You could see the obvious problem with it, right? Chat is just supposed to appear in the middle of the screen. It's just supposed to be there. It's an artistic choice that I make, apparently. What if I refresh it by editing the fucking CSS? Oh yeah, that's done it. Oh, now surely. Uh-huh. Let's see how bad it gets. I mean, that's alright. You can almost read it. Ah. Any day I don't have to edit the HTML for something is a good day. It is a good day. Then why do I keep having to do it? Why are they all bad?
And do you ever have trouble? ArtyTV can help. When I was alone and sad, I watched ArtyTV, and you know what? My dick grew 3 sizes.
It's true. Can you believe that I got those for free? I mean, I made them. I did force people to say whatever they want about me, and this is what I get. It's my hubris manifest. I bet you haven't heard this track. I wonder who made it. I don't know why this metadata for this album has the same name pasted 3 times as possibly composer, album artist, and individual track artist. I guess they really wanted to know who the fuck made that track. Alright, most are like friends of the channel, yeah. I just told them, you know what, just say whatever, you know, whatever comes to mind. You don't even have to show me, just make like a shitty fake advertisement. I mean, I could play some really bad ones. How about this one?
Hi,
Hi, I'm 12.
Hi, I'm 12, and Pikachu, I usually choose you, but today I'm choosing ArtyTV. I hope he doesn't swear. Did I mention I'm 12? Oh God, my mom is gonna kill me.
Was that good?
Yeah, it was amazing. I liked yours better than mine.
See, it's so good. It's all good in this house. Oh, alright, let's get back to our crap. This is too interesting for you. You don't deserve it. Thank you for that, whoever that was. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Alright. Do we really want to do 100 mob kills? It's not like we got anything better going on today. Just shoot the shit again. It's much easier than actually being a productive member of society. Though I don't know if we have... Oh, we do have time. Got 2 hours to kill. Man, we are really speeding through today. Maybe I just started early, that's why. Alright, let's Change some classes around, I think, and move this cup out of my fucking frame. There we go. Not that there's much you want to see here, but in case someone's interested. Want to buy dark steel cookery X2? Do you have it? Taste your might looking for more. Isn't that Limit Break mod quest? Or is that different? Taste your might. I feel like that's familiar to me. Okay. This could be like really weird. How about I try this? Right, can you equip? No, so you have to be a main job. Level 1 warrior. I understand. Oh, here's everyone's favorite combination. There you go. I mean, that's kind of cool. Delay 666. I understand now. I see. I see what the issue is. I can see clearly now. I don't think I can put haste on myself and change classes, can I? Ah, shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I understand. I mean, what am I doing? What menu am I in? That's too low. Fishing. Yeah, there we go. Put on the fishing gear. Custom Gillette +1. I like the Lord's Yukata. It looks best. Conan, what is best in life? Crush your enemies, to steal the Lord's Yukata. And heal the lamentations of the women. Man, I just want to see one without anything. Just want to see what someone at the start of time had to go through. Do we even get like one level of... Oh, it's only speed of hand-to-hand attacks? Shit. Fuck. It's not even attack speed for all weapons. It's just hand-to-hand. This is evil. And it's 3 damage per. Yeah, I understand. I see. I am aware. Alright, let's go. 1. Uh-huh. 50-something seconds. And that's by 100, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, at least I bothered to level Warrior up a little bit. Not that it helps too much, but it's something. And it's interesting that they only give it to you like Warrior, the class you're trying to unlock, and a class that's not out yet. That's clever. That is evil. But I guess if you have an infinite amount of time, you can do that. That or beg for people to give you haste. Don't kill with weapon skill doesn't count. Yeah, just in case you think it could possibly save you some time. My only thing is, maybe there's like a way to check how much you have. I love how he just said, like, oh yeah, the path of the Dark Knight is fucking full of suffering and pain and distress. And then here, have this sword. And it's just like the worst sword you've ever seen in the universe. It's like he's trying to dissuade you. Pain and suffering. Did anyone end up figuring this shit out? Kind of looking at the because I did all the stuff in Sunbreeze, but there was like one thing that wasn't unlocked from the gold fishing. No, apparently that's just not a thing. I guess that's a remnant from the event on retail or something. Can't really tell. I don't understand this new feature that Twitch have added, which is knocking. To me it says I cannot call in to join my own stream. I'm distressed by who is allowed to call me on my stream. I don't think I want it. Why would I want people to call in? Yeah, I'm not going to do this now. I'm too preoccupied with not doing anything in the game. They put a weird button that lets people apparently knock, which sounds like they're entering some kind of call with me. And I keep seeing it over the place, and I don't understand why it is there. It lets people knock. Yeah, but maybe I don't want to be knocked on. Ever thought about that? What does this do? It's an unknown feature with unknown implications. It's just what we all need. I don't know. I guess I'll just have to live with it. I'm like glancing through my settings and it's not there. Who cares, right? That's a me problem, not a you problem. Yeah, I think I'm good. Until I got like a movie to watch, I think I'm good. Which might as well be tonight. I'm like gonna slowly chip away at this. I don't even really need haste. There's like a bone in my body that says, fuck it, do it now. Because I'm that just kind of guy. It's like, yeah, you want to sit here and watch me kill a fucking worm once every 50 seconds? In which case you say, yeah, we do. Well, you don't. You don't. What's good on the list? Complete the Goblin Tailor and earn a piece of your race-specific armor set. I heard someone talk about race-specific armor sets, but I didn't believe it. I know nothing about this. Tailor-made. Oh yeah, good gear. That sounds promising. What is it? Race RCE? Race specific equipment? There we go. Uh-huh. What do I actually get out of this? Apparently there's level 1 RC. To start the game, each level 1 character will start with the RC for their race and sex. You may also purchase the gear at vendors in the home nations for those races. Which for Bastock is... Hume tunic, gloves, slacks, and boots. That doesn't sound like the quest I'm looking at. But there's several tiers of it. Tweak a different magical pattern appears inside a treasure chest somewhere. That doesn't sound right. That's from the future. Is that so? He'll reward you, some goblin. Reward me with a single piece of race-specific equipment based on my race and sex. For more information, see the red link to the Goblin Tailor quest. The level 25 to 35 race-specific equipment sets have stats designed to help compensate for their race's natural weakness in their stats. They're also lacking headgear, but the 4 parts of these sets can be stored in an NPC armor storage. Okay, interesting. There's apparently race-specific ammo. I'm being harassed. Oh, you want to give me haste? I'm sorry, but I switched my class. I mean, we could do it. If you feel like sticking around while we shoot the shit, then I'll do it. I ain't got nothing going on. If the race-specific equipment quest is enough to deploy you over here, then sure. There we go, fantastic. Let's kill worms. kids. There you are. I'm just gonna keep on reading this incredibly red-linked page that is probably copied from, what is it, FFX Cyclopedia, whatever their website is called. Because it talks of wondrous things like chests being opened in random zones, and I don't think that is real currently. Like 70 level stuff? Oh, bless me. Sorry you had to hear that. Oh no, there's competition. Are you? Oh no, he is too. Oh. The Dark Knight torture chamber. There you go. Be good to them. It's not much, but it's honest work. Alright. Let me just... Yeah, there you go. Fix this. In our 30 seconds at a time. For many hours. Worming. Yeah. You better start resting right now, huh? Enjoy that while I go blow my nose. Oh. I can guarantee it, this is going to be more work for you than it is for me. You will have to think, meanwhile I will just get to vaguely point at things. Isn't this fantastic? We're doing so much. I could probably go on like, what is a white mage to give myself, you know, deal at least make it a little bit more bearable, but then we'd have to rest until I get mana back. Actually, no, that sounds like a bad idea. I'm not doing that. That sounds bad. Yeah, it might. You just have to do it raw. I don't know why it's 30 seconds. Maybe it's because I'm level 10 or something. Which is weird, because you're supposed to be able to join, like, whatchamacallit, parties at this point. It might just be like some kind of weird level difference thing. And I'm probably gonna miss a lot because I don't have any skill in Greatsword. You must wait longer before you can do what you want. Okay, I will meanwhile check. So, after the Goblin Tailor for the race-specific equipment, achieve Fame level 9 in Windurst is the next achievement by completion. Which, again, I can't do right now. The Moogle's Picnic increases your Mog safe capacity to 70. Now, that I can do. I just need the proper furniture. I think it was like a mahogany bed or something. And then there's one more, which is royal bed, I think was the case. And they're both kind of expensive, but who the fuck makes furniture in this game? Oh, he's taking a monopoly of the worms. Imagine this quest was at some point worse for people involved. You couldn't do level 1 enemies. You had to go somewhere else and level it the hard way. Obviously not. Who do you think I am? I'm not expecting to do it right now, you know? I'm just gonna get as much as I can get. And then every once in a while, when I'm watching my X-Files, and then, I don't know, someone says, oh, I want to believe, I will go and check. It's so simple. Besides, by the time I've gotten anywhere near 100, this would have gotten so monotonous that I won't care if I do a couple of extras. Besides, I highly doubt that most people get this mission done by having someone pocket them with haste for all of these. Yeah, you slap it. No, don't slap it. It might steal the kill. I think that was the dog that was getting destroyed earlier. This time it seems to be a little bit more jovial. And I guess on the bright side I get to just level great swords. Which I wouldn't have done otherwise. So I'm getting something out of this. God, there's so much to do. So much to do and so much that I can't actually do immediately. Alright, here's what you were talking about. Dropped by a notable monster spawned by touching a question mark in either the Maze of Shakrami, Guskin Mines, and Orodale Caves. Can only spawn the mob if it is your RC weak as identified by the Goblin Tailor, and you're in the appropriate zone for the thing. The Aroma Crawler will spawn in so-and-so, Fly in Guskin Mines, and Aroma Leech in Caves. The drop is not 100%, which is great. Absolutely fantastic. And someone is smoking a cigar directly underneath my window. Oh. Oh no, the inefficiency. Oh my god. Panic. This guy hasn't hit a worm in like 2 seconds. What is he doing? What is he thinking? What is there to think about, huh? I don't know why I'm so sniffly. Something happened to me. I think I'm allergic to dark night. Ugh. Oh no, I'm not moving away. It just vanished the second I tried to aim at it. It's alright. Level 3 weapon skill. Oh, I'm gonna be so accurate. I'm gonna be so accurate you wouldn't believe it. Yeah. Are you counting? Oh no, that's the other guy. He's counting his fucking shit. Just in case he forgets. I'm just gonna do this. And then every once in a while, I'll just go lower. I'm gonna be like a Russian number station. Just... Oh. There were these weird signals somewhere in southern Gothenburg. No one knew what they were. Every half an hour, it would just ping a number in Morse code. Some passers-by, but only if they were riding a Honda Civic from 2009, would manage to get full messages. And sometimes it would play Tchaikovsky's Third. Mm. Who else is on this platform right now? Hey, DJ Wheat is on. What are you doing? The fields? Oh shit. Old man yelling at clouds? Wouldn't be. DJ Wheat would never do that. Oh, fuck you. Is there? You are the most prized possession in this one square right now, you know? You should start asking for money, is what I'm saying. To which the answer is no, I will not. You can ask the other two. I'm not giving you a cent. Okay, that website is now fixed. Thank God. Like, you have a valuable commodity and that is haste. I don't know what's going on, but apparently a lot of people just remember the Dark Knight as a class they don't have unlocked. I will not be taking responsibility for anything. Ever. Conceivably. Want to sell haste 10k per cast? Oh yeah, that's it. Talk about gil per hour right there. Clamors eat your heart out. One M left to get sky access. Has it? Good on you. I've yet to do any of that. One day, when I feel like it. I've heard that my red mage will be a valuable commodity in sky parties. Which is filling me with a certain kind of anticipation. Alright, I'll have to see about this race-specific equipment stuff. I really genuinely thought it only referred to, like, gender and race-locked items. And, like, the level 1 set, but apparently there's much more to it. There's apparently tiers of it. I wonder what the other wiki says about it. I see. Right. Yeah, I remember wearing that at some point. I don't know what happened to it. Guess I must have sold it or something. Because I don't have it anymore. Uh-huh. And then the 27 to 33 RC. Goblin Tailor. Repeatable 4 times. Items needed: Ordell chest key, Guskin chest key, and Shikami chest key. Do you really have to go to chests for this shit? A magical pattern from a treasure chest. Oh, I see. So you do have to get chest keys. Even more of an initiative to get that goddamned Beastmaster up. That is not a worm, that is a shrub. Yeah, alright. I do have some keys lying around. I didn't think any of those are the ones I need. Maybe I have a Guskin one that actually works. I think that's not a coffer. I could probably check, can't I? I have Nest Coffer, Garlage Chest, and EDM Chest. Alright, so I don't. Switch my bag. Like, if you're not going to sell that haste to people, I will sell your haste to other people. It'll be one to sell Chimera's haste. 10k. / tell me. I mean, if you're not going to do it yourself, girl, who's going to do it? You gotta have some business savvy in this world. I'll use. They just wait for me to show up. I don't know why that last message didn't show up. Now I'm fucking terrified that this chant is broken for a 3rd time today. 3 times. It's actually incredible. That sucks so much. Admittedly, I thought this would be a lot more laborious. I'm just not paying attention to the screen. And it's kind of happening. Yeah, I could, but I'm in no rush. And I imagine it's only about accepting the quest tomorrow, it's not about completing it. I guess I'll look into this more as time goes. I'm kind of like already past the... I have an 8-hour window to do it. Alright. It's interesting. Mm-hmm. It is unfortunately getting a bit into that time of the day. We kind of have to start winding down. It's not there yet. Soon. These guys are taking like 3 hits. Only 3 hits didn't mean forever. I wonder if Ted is up. Let me check up on him. Actually, he might be at work now. Because all those Americans are starting school again. Which is weird, they do it at like the end of August. It's called common knowledge. You overhear people say it enough and then it enters your head. No, I've seen the product of your education system in its full glory. I've seen the people that walk out of it. I mean, if you had to educate like 7 billion children, or however much you've got there, I imagine it would be. That, and I imagine like your history books are kind of like so. You don't have to worry about the medieval times, because you didn't have the medieval times. Yeah, because you have to study everyone else's history. You have to learn about Rome and what a knight is and all those fun things that Europe got to have. Meanwhile, I got one entire lesson about the European Union. Everything else was medieval history for about 12 years of education. Oh, and then maybe towards the very end we squeezed in something about World War One and World War Two. Just maybe. Oh, just about. Probably none of it. Like maybe enough to capture World War II. And maybe a little bit of Vietnam. If you're like really pushing the fucking political thing. But I highly doubt that, you know, any mention of it is happening. I imagine you just open the lesson for World War II in an American textbook and it just says, "We win." You know? Nazi punks fuck off, we win. And then a CD for the dead Kennedys falls out. No, that's not how you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be saying, you were there number one with the winners. With the best. Did you? Good on you. All we got in university about history was trichology, the study of ancient Thrace, which is that section of weird people that lived above Greece. That and watch Downton Abbey for some reason. Did you censor Hitler? Or was that by the glorious Twitch Corporation? I'm sorry, whatever made you feel like you have to do that. I just... The algorithms made him do it, it's true. I'm technically not brutally murdering, maiming, and killing these hornets. I'm unaliving them. I am withholding their vital essence from existence. I don't know if that's possibly true. Like, I mean, I guess I don't know what you studied in the years leading up to it. But, I guess it does depend on who you hang around with. I was kind of forced to learn a lot about history because my, half of my goddamn family is some kind of historian. Official or not. Like, it's all about those high academical disciplines of classical languages and just history as a whole. Like, I know more about the Punic War than I know about my own puberty. Like, that's the kind of unfortunate situation I was in. And don't even get me started about the Second Punic War. It's almost like a bit. That could be stand-up. Knew nothing in the years leading up. Self-studied for about 5 to 7 years and told myself, well, that's, yeah. It's really kind of interesting. I mean, there's a lot of medieval history, I guess. You can get a lot of mileage out of it. Like, you could consider medieval history anything up to, like, the Holy Roman Empire in Lower Bavaria, right? And you'd probably be correct. Let me tell you what we studied about Europe. First of all, smaller than America, and worse. Holland has windmills, that's true, and weird wooden shoes. I like to think that Americans get essentially every lesson about a European country is 2 things that you can insult them about. One, like, landmark that you can memorize them with, and just one insult. You clog-wearing motherfucker. The French, they have the Eiffel Tower, and they smell of frog legs. Next lesson, kids. Tomorrow we will learn about Germany, where you can get bratwurst, and that is the country that Hitler came from. You should remind them whenever you see them. The Italians, they look like a boot, and they gave us Ferraris. But also, they are weird, kind of not Romans, which makes them suck. Because the Romans, obviously cool. Italians, less cool. Ah, we was Vikings and shit, man. Egypt too. That's just gonna overtake everything in my mind. Well, yeah, because you can't. Math is a little bit too absolute to like teach wrong, unless you do it on purpose as a joke. Like, yeah, what do you mean squares? They don't exist. Those are two triangles. Yeah, the sciences here are fucking terrible. We didn't get to, like, do any lab experiments like they show the Americans do on TV. I didn't get to dissect a frog. I'm so upset. I went into high school specifically to dissect a frog. Yeah, and then at the bottom of the page, in bold letters, bad, and it's underlined. Right? Did frogs in junior high? That doesn't mean anything to me. To me, it's school, then it's high school, and then there's university. All of your delineations mean nothing to me. America, Jin. I mean, you're one of, like, what, 2 countries that still doesn't use metric? Why would you need it? Like, I vaguely know that there's 3 feet in a meter, and that helps me converse with your kind. What do you want? What more do you want? And the good thing is, now that you know how to reverse it, and you know that there's 3 feet to a meter, you can basically extrapolate that to the entirety of the metric system. Meanwhile, I have to know what a fluid answers. Oh yeah, I'm 5 foot 11 inches. No, you have 2 feet, and your dick is much longer. Yeah, because it's fundamentally useful for you to know it, because the rest of the world runs on it. For us, it might as well be a novelty knowing what something is in like inches or stones or pounds and shit, you know? I don't... When someone tells me, yeah, I'm 150 pounds, I imagine that that's like a wet paper towel. It makes no sense to me. You never use it again. I mean, that's the doctrine. That's what they get to teach you. Don't think that... I mean, you don't really have a ministry. But if you had the equivalent of a Ministry of Education, whatever that is, on the state, federal, or some other local level, because you have to have this shit, you probably get someone telling them that, yeah, that's all they get for this year. I mean, there's nothing in life that is, like, prohibiting you from, like, self-indulgently learning about the metric system on your own, I imagine. I don't know how useful it'll be to you in everyday life. Probably not, which would make that teacher of yours correct. But there's nothing really stopping you. It's just... I'm like a bad judge of distance myself. Like, I've been trying to physically teach myself how, like, okay, when I look at this door, it's most likely at least 2 meters. Because before, I would have just spitballed a number and it would have been wrong. Yeah, but I imagine it doesn't say that you're buying 2 liters, you're buying 627.2 fluid ounces soda. I don't fucking know. Isn't you? It says 2 liters, and then this is to confuse and befuddle the American. You bet there's someone in Texas being like, what in tarnation is that? What is an L? I don't take L's. I get W's. Like George W. Bush. I can't wait until I get a cheeseburger. That's how I think Americans sound anyway. Which, you know. Grew up in the Southeast, okay? You are forgiven for now. Please invite me. Please forgive me. It must be so great living in the richest, greatest country on earth, doesn't it? These goddamn Europeans. They're trying to force the queen onto me. Make the frogs gay. Turn my wife into a raging homosexual man. I won't let that happen. Nor will I have my 12-gauge friend over here. I'll tell you what. Oh shit. Now where's my chewing tobacco? My other option is David Lynch. Alright, it's gonna be a sunny day. Golden sunshine and blue skies all along the way. I can't wait to have a cigarette and a cheeseburger. Feet and inches took us to the moon. I might have almost empirical evidence that that is wrong. Because I had a moment where I was fascinated by the moon landing. And I was looking at the flight computer, which would convert numbers from metric to imperial so that it could display them. The calculations being done in metric. This might be internet conjecture, right? But I did see some schematics. And they looked pretty legit. Yeah, because it's just 100, tens and 100s. Yeah, you're essentially saying the same thing I did. This must be like a popular new campaign. It's probably disinformation. But I guess I heard the same shit you did. Oh, that's a meter. Oh, how much is a kilometer? Well, it's K, so it's like 1K of things. So it's 1,000. And then there's million, billion. So you go mega, giga. A gigameter. Whoa. I want to see a gigameter. A megameter. I guess we don't go that far. No one ever mentions anything higher than a kilometer. I don't know why. Like, I am 7 gigameters apart from you right now. It's like a stupid sentence, which I will now cherish forever. Relatability? Relatability in my internet? No, thank you. I'm leaving. I'm also unfollowing. Goodbye. Well, yeah, because that's all empirical stuff. The humanities where Europe is the God's kingdom of Schopenhauer's foul, wild ride. It was just... You had to be here, man. Do you know how serious we take philosophy over here? Yeah, I know. I know an American that doesn't say Schopenhauer and says Schopenhauer. That's how bad your humanities are. Love you, Ted. Mwah. I have to cover my bases. Just in case he sends cops to my house. I don't doubt that. I also felt, left behind by my education system, but for completely different reasons. It's mostly the bureaucracy of it, unfortunately. Oh, that's also a thing you do. You don't get, 1 through 6. You get A's and B's and C's and E's. But you skip E's, you go to F's. Meanwhile, over here, you either have a 2, or a 3, or a 4, or a 6. And if you have a 6, you're a really good guy. Oh no, I got an E on my report card. Now Mom won't give me my cheeseburger TV dinner. Oh no, I will be grounded. This message has been brought to you by the glorious European Union. +90 is an A. I mean, yeah, that's how you convert the scoring, but the final thing that you receive is some letter, and you skip one, because apparently E isn't bad enough. I don't want to be an E student. They just don't bother. Yeah, who gives a shit? I got 6s for the most of my life. I didn't even study that hard, which means that either I'm really smart or school is for really, really dumb people. I couldn't possibly know. I live in a nightmare world and there are no friends at dusk. God, that's like the only thing I remember. No, it's like pretty much the same for us. It's just that you decided to be unique again and have letters instead of numbers, and then skip one. Like, I guess you could technically get a 1, which is like a... I think it's if you, like, cheat, or if it's, like, not accepted, you get a 1. I don't think I've ever seen anyone get a 1 written into their, like, little ledger. Though there is one thing that happened very often in high school. There was these guys who would see the number 3, and then with a ballpoint pen, they would correct their scores into a 6. It was very easy to do with 5s as well, if they weren't written very cursively. Five and 6, you go to a weird kindergarten here. I don't know for how long, because I don't remember that part of my life anymore, but you go to kindergarten, you have like 4 groups, and then when you're like 7-ish, you go to 1st grade, and then you stay until like your 7th grade. Then you go to high school from 8 to 12, and then after 12th grade, you go to university for 4 years. And if you want a master's degree, you go for another 2, I think. And if you want a PhD, you go for another 2. But you have, oh yeah, I went to junior high and then to public school, and then I went to college, and then I went to university, and then I and then I was a freshman, and then I was a senior, and then I was like, you just have funny words for this shit. Over here it's just, yeah, what are you? Oh, I'm a student. And then if you get really, like, big in age, you go, yeah, I'm a university student. Oh, you read books? These read books, you know, it's amazing. I was recently made aware that he's read books, you know, it's amazing, is actually part of every version of Beckett that has ever been released. I thought that was just a made-up thing to have Peter O'Toole say in that adaptation, but no. Surprisingly never learned Beckett. King Lear, fucking Beowulf, all the classics, out of the way. Streetcar Named Desire also had that. Had 19th century American literature. But not a single whiff of Beckett. None of that shit. They apparently wanted to keep it to themselves. Even though Beckett is objectively a fucking cool. Ooh, graduate to high school. Summer school. Over here, you just fill out a list that's like, here's the name of every high school that you could possibly ever go to, and then just some person or machine goes down the fucking list and compares your grades that you got from your exams and from your school years and says, you can go to this one. And if you're like, I don't actually like that one, okay, we roll the dice again. And they go down a little bit on the list and they say, oh, well, a spot has opened up here. you could go to this one, and you can do that 4 times. You could legally say no. And say, no, I want to stay stupid. And go work. There was like something I heard recently that you can get a driver's license. Or, no, it was the opposite. You needed to have finished elementary school to get a license. But you could go vote without one. There's something to like this. Fuck it. What was that? Yeah, it was exactly that. You could get a driver's license and you needed to present like a legal document that you finished elementary school. But to go vote, you only need to be like 18. So it's just like, well, I guess I don't really have to care about how educated I am because anyone can go vote. I had a real fucking Joe Biden moment there. Could you hear? It was fucking weird. Of course they do. How else are they gonna like force you to care about anything? It's just that, again, my bigger problem with life is that you're essentially asking a bunch of 14-year-olds what they want to do for the rest of their life. Not that anyone has like pursued anything all the way from like high school to like employment. It's probably some lucky people out there. But for the most part, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Like most 25-year-olds don't know what the fuck they're doing. Yeah, 1 C and you're done. I remember them holding yeah, it is the equivalent of a C over my head because they got 1 C in history one day. And obviously, right, you turn into the village idiot suddenly because you had 1 bad grade. It's not even like a failing grade, it's just slightly worse than usual. And then people ask, why do my children not talk to me after they turn 18? These are just simple facts of life and they're valid everywhere, I imagine. It doesn't matter, you can go anywhere. It's just that I guess there are more opportunities abroad for like an actual education. What I got was 4 years of sheer misery. I still can't believe that I'm actually highly educated. It's like a passing, fleeting idea to me. Good on you. I don't know, a lot of people around my age are getting married, and I'm just this fucking dud that's like, well, it's gonna happen when it's gonna happen. And I wear my fancy dress shirts out and, you know, try to make a good impression, but then it's like, God, these people are like 22 and they're getting married. And then like the zen, you know, washes over me and I'm like, oh, actually, that's fine. Let the kids love each other. Let them do whatever the fuck they want. Yeah, that usually happens when you marry a little bit too early and impulsively. That's why I'm a strong believer in being roommates for at least 10 years before you think about, you know, tying the knot. Like, you can get engaged, but don't get the paperwork sealed for like at least 10 years. Say you're gonna do it, but don't rush it. Has 5 kids now, God bless her. But I'm scared for her health. Alright, that's a little bit... I mean, I guess it's still 5 kids to rear, for lack of a better word. Probably has their work cut out for her. I can barely look after myself at this point, so I'm in no goddamn rush for any of that. I can tell you what. Yeah, I kind of thought I wasn't either. Like, I'm in no rush, but I still feel that, like, there is so much stupidity out there. There is just so little worthwhile in terms of, like, human soft product that maybe it's not such a bad idea to, like, get those ideas still kicking. Like, if I manage to raise one sort of quality human being that doesn't make me want to just destroy the universe with hellfire and start carte blanche, then, you know, I'll be happy. Because that means I was at least right about something. And if I don't do it, then the idiots win. So, I lose. And here, we're about winning. That, and you can get into the weird existential nihilism of, like, I can't bear to bring something into this world which is so full of trouble and bad things and horrible situations. That, and, you know, the objective truth that I'm not going to be doing most of the hard work here. Because I just need to, like, go once, and that's it. Then someone has to, you know, suffer for 9 months because of me. So... Are we there yet? Oh. Don't worry. We'll rewind the VOD and we'll count every single hornet. It'll only take forever. I'm not gonna do that. I'm joking. Oh, that's one thing you Americans do that you love to do so much. Like, no, I actually didn't mean that. I was just joking. Like, T, I'm a little jokester. I made a joke. You would be so much worse You would annihilate that fucking poor child's psyche. Like, if I showed up and shook my, like, 8-year-old self and told him what the fuck was on, I don't know. That kid ain't making it through high school without a cocaine habit. Like that. That would be so bad. I had enough trouble as is. I don't need more. Yeah, and that functionally made you who you are. Like, I wish I, you know, didn't stop talking to some people back in high school so that I could, you know, keep those fucking relationships going, but so I did. And now I have to live with those consequences. Now I have to fetch water at other people's weddings. I mean, over here in glorious Europe, we kind of have familial housing, so it's not like you leave the nest egg too much unless you're really well off. I got to keep one good relationship from high school. And that's about it. Everything else either falls apart or they went away. In almost that kind of weird Goodfellas way. Where, you know, you go up to Joe Pesci, oh yeah, where's so-and-so? Ah, he went away. You know, just kind of, they vanished. Somewhere. Like, every once in a while I get a postcard for, like, Christmas or New Year's, and that's about it. And university? That wasn't great, because that fucking plague that came out made me skip, like, 2 years. I was stuck at home. I love that word society, it's so terrible. The internet has ruined me. Irreversible vocabulary damage. Yeah, you Americans have that weird thing, like, oh, you're 18? It's time to move out. You're 18, you're out. Get the fuck out there. Oh, absolutely. They don't give a shit. It's supposed to toughen you up, turn you into a real by your bootstraps American. You're following the American dream. You're moving to Los Angeles to become a star. That's what you're doing. You're moving to New York to become a stockbroker. Bada bing, bada boom. What's the coming and going? Eh? What really happens is that you go work at a local Walmart for like $7 an hour. And you hate your parents. Unenlightened European. Thank you, you can clap now. I understand the plight of your people. I have listened to your woes for longer than you have spoken them. Such is the fate of your kind. Meanwhile, over here we're like, what's for dinner? What's for dinner? Oh, the government's corrupt? Oh, that's nice. Ooh, that salad you made was really good. What was in it? Have you seen Cousin Jimmy? He went away. No, they're the absolute same. They just pretend they're not. What you get if you, like, give an Albanian a bath is a pure Englishman and dirty water. Now that is a European joke, but you've never heard one. Like, actual English people live somewhere in the upper Midwest. Did you know? I don't know, man. Eastern Europe is a hive of scum and villainy. It's as far away as you can get from European values at this point. Well, yeah, because it's cheap. You take your euros and you go over there and suddenly, oh, look at that, my money has duplicated times 2, times 3. And then you start thinking about the average working wages of the person that is supposed to, you know, cater to you over there, and you think, oh, they can't set foot in Europe, can they? Because you walk past a certain border to the west, and suddenly you see half of your already small capital just get axed in two, and the prices go a little bit up. Very similar to the Midwest. I don't know. I think I share in the plight of the people that live in Billings, Montana. That is all I ever know. I have a deep cultural transatlantic sympathy for the people of Billings, Montana. Absolutely not. I will never set foot in America as far as I can throw myself. It is apparently known as the most depressed city in the entire continental United States. And it is unironically the place where the essential inspirator for this broadcast, Man vs. Game, one of the grandfathers of internet video game broadcasting, was born and raised. So you can thank Billings, Montana. I don't know. Apparently it's the greatest place on earth. That's why I have sympathies towards Billings, Montana. I imagine that's true. No, I like your weird little desolate states where seemingly nothing except life happens. It's just, you know, it's that kind of place. Yeah, it's huge and empty. It's kind of like Final Fantasy XI. If you like Final Fantasy XI, you'd love the entirety of Billings, Montana, and Iowa. Maybe Milwaukee is a good place for you too. Are those the cultural values? I mean, I guess every place got its thing. I mean, for all intents and purposes, they are other countries. You know? This whole federal states thing you have, it's just a weird union you have for different countries. It's not like the UK doesn't say that, oh yeah, this is England, this is Wales, this is the Irish, this is the Scottish, this is the Isle of Man. No one even thinks about the Isle of Man, but there it is. Yeah, so you might as well be fucking other countries. Who gives a shit? Are you a foreigner? Yes, I'm from North Carolina. Yeah, and I think that's great. If I live to see the half-life of the United States of America, God, you can't imagine. A single tear would drop from my eyes, and it would be from happiness. Pure bliss. I would like to see the Sengoku Jidai period of Japan, but reenacted with modern military arms and in between states. If you know anything about anything, that would sound appealing to you as well. I would call it the Warring States of America, and I would be the first one to die on this hill. People would have to license that term for me. It's great to dream. It's great. Such a good time. Yeah, it's called the Federal Reserve, and the ability to print $2 trillion at a whim to fix the economy. I look forward to your elections. That's all I'm gonna say. I look forward to the results. Because holy shit. I'm giggling like a fucking schoolgirl here. Oh yeah, we have enough grounds at this point to like fully announce that this period is World War III. Like, you don't think about it, but World War II started with an assassination of a single fucking guy on a train, so... all it takes is a little bit. Ah, the Warring States of America. Just that phrase that gives me such evocative images. It's so good. What fantasy I could write. It doesn't need to be fantasy. It's going to be narrative nonfiction. It'll happen. I'm manifesting it. Like, I could pinpoint the exact second, right? The notion of that federation falling apart and the appearance of the Confederate flag in the minds of, like, at least 3 states. Like, I could just visualize it. It'd be like, the time is nigh. We are kind of running out of time here. Have they? I don't think I've heard about this. Go on. mean, obviously it's Texas. They have the most incentive. They could be like the Arab Emirates and just be like, oh yeah, we have oil and a steakhouse at every corner. This is enough to have an entire country based around, right? Just oil and Bobby. I imagine so, yeah. But some people would think it. Some people would hear the news and they'd be like, wow, yeah, this is what we've been waiting for. Linda, go to the Doomsday Prepper shelter and bring out the flag. Yeah, I guess. Which is weird because I think Americans give that word a little bit too much power by like being like a little bit skittish about it. It's like weird. Yeah, I get it. It's the picture of ontological evil next to the dictionary definition of it, you know? But they've been gone for a while now. What we have now is just racist nationalist cunts. They're not even national socialists. They're as right-wing as it gets. And then, like, you know, you talk back to an American and say, man, you are a Nazi. Are you a Nazi? Which seems to be like this kind of gotcha moment. Like, oh no, I'm not a bad person. I'm good, I'm nice. This is character assassination. Because we're all about character assassination now, aren't we? I'm being cancelled. You can't call me a Nazi, that's not true. I helped kittens. Once. I sent $1 to Palestine last year by clicking a link 17 times. I signed petitions. I couldn't possibly be a bad person. The most important thing that you can know about me is that I'm a nice person. Nothing else. Smiley face. And not just any smiley face, it's that really weird, slightly creepy smiley face that Twitch gives you. I'm nice. No bad thoughts here, only good thoughts. And then someone stands up and says, Your Honor, he's grandstanding. Do you remember that clip of Matthew McConaughey or something? He was like pouring his heart out as like a high public figure in front of some people. And someone was like, Your Honor, he's grandstanding. Are you grandstanding right now, Mr. McConaughey? It was fantastic. It was just like, you can't do shit in this country, man. Can't have shit in Detroit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You see a fucking El Camino right up in front of you, you're gonna say some things. That shit brake checks you, you are letting those cannons loose. In Europe, it's just immigrants and gypsies, I feel, is most of the problem. We're like a little bit too close to the Mediterranean to like be skittish about, you know, black and Asian people. But gypsies, oh my god, the stereotypes against gypsies, you wouldn't believe the things I have heard. Yeah, you think a gypsy is kind of a slightly darker colored kind of Amish. Like, Romanian trailer trash, but minus the trailer. This is some cultural fragment that you have that you apparently understand. All I know is U-Haul lesbians. That's a fantastic term. I read it so endearingly every time I see it. U-Haul lesbian. Which, in case you're not erudite, is the kind of woman that immediately after a first date shows up with a U-Haul. Like, she's already moving in. A homeless traveler who dresses up in a turban and plays a flute. Oh, you mean a mystical kind of gypsy? That sells copper coins and wishes you good luck and big fortunes. And I hope your cab will get many little calves. Oh. My nose is fucking up. I don't know why. You wanna go, check if we've somehow hit 100? I probably haven't, right? But we kind of have to wind down the show. I'm really thankful for the help. I know you've brought 3 Dark Nights up to the required number. It's been a fucking full macro workout for you. Yeah, it was good times. Let me read. Give me a second. I think I've missed something. Can you educate me a bit? What is a gypsy? The idea here, the archetypical idea of a gypsy, is a poorly educated, kind of darker skinned fellow who offers metalworking services and is always trying to like steal something from you. is the kind of idea. It's like a weird kind of goblin creature. And obviously they're kind of a weirdly underrepresented minority that always is apparently getting like harassed by every nationality they come across. And so they beg the country for like help and empathy. It's that kind of thing. And so they're like using the fact that they're traumatized to like get some extra money off of your government, that kind of stuff. That's kind of the stereotype we have. Yeah, probably. That, and if you happen to like get into an altercation with one of them, you have just summoned a horde of angry, screaming, like borderline non-language speaking people to harass you until the end of time. Not even police will touch these people because they are so tormented. What country? No, they don't originate from anywhere. They are a nomad people that just need a place to be. In reality, you can imagine it's somewhere like Middle East, kind of Eastern Asia, if you had to really hazard a guess. There is no Mongol blood in any of them, so it's somewhere around there. call it hobo. No, hobo is like a... It's too soft a word. Like an actual, like... It's a different archetype. Like, you haven't seen someone take the fucking spokes out of the wheel of your bike so that they can sell them for 20 cents for a pound of aluminum. You know? you don't know the kind of feral creature this describes. It's obviously a stereotype and these people are hypothetically not real, but it is really just kind of a... It will take the fillings out of your teeth so that it can sell them for scrap metal. That's what we're talking about. This is like a really insensitive conversation, mind you, so don't go spouting this shit. Anyway, I do think we have reached the top of the hour, which is unfortunately the end of the show. I would love to keep talking to all of you, but I have things to do in the day. We will be back tomorrow, roughly 6 hours ago from now, for probably more of this. And if I can manage to squeeze it tonight, in roughly 2 hours, there will be a shorter show of something else. It won't be Final Fantasy XI. I love the chat. Thanks for being here. It was good talk. For all of you who didn't participate, I'm glad that you're here either way. Thanks for your interest. I hope to see you again soon again. And that's pretty much all my spiel, isn't it? If you end up missing any of this, or any of the other shows, we have archives up on the internet. You can find them very easily. And that's it. Take care. Have a good day. That's all from me. See you soon. Bye.
Artie's stream is right in front of you. Now, what are they? It's like, what would you do if ArtyTV was right in front of you? What would you do if ArtyTV was right in front of you? A child was starving, and you put on ArtyloTV. Well, that one's going on.